Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Night Owl, a show that we do twice a week where we talk about all the latest in pop culture news, TV and movie reviews, gaming news, and just the general conversations of the day. For those who don't know me, I'm Price of Reason, and with me as always is my co host, Professor R2. How's it going, Professor?
It's going. It's staying busy around here. Actually, oh man, I had an awful night's sleep last night. It's just one of those times, man. I am so tired. If I sound a little loopy, everyone, it's because I feel like I'm barely here. But you know what? I'm glad to hang out with you tonight, Price. We got a lot of fun stuff to talk about.
Absolutely.
We did hang out briefly for a special stream in the middle of the night on well, gosh, I guess it was Monday by the time we talked about it, right? Because it was so
Right.
late. But we hung out and kind of gave our thoughts on the first episode of Lanterns. I'm sure we'll spend plenty of time talking about that later tonight too. But yeah, lots of stuff going on. There was all this stuff that happened at D23. You got a review for this new J.J. Abrams movie. I laugh every time you put the James Gunn
No, but today I added
surprised picture of him.
the surprise picture, but today I added J.J. Abrams to the same picture, so it was like a. Honestly, I looked at the thumbnail today and I was so happy. Like, it was the only like moment throughout the day that I feel like I was really happy is when I looked at the thumbnail, and then I sent it to you, and you were happy too. So at least that.
Whatever brings joy. That's what we need in life, Price.
Yeah, and by the way, you know what else kind of gave me a chuckle? Apparently, somebody screenshotted. They didn't actually post a link to the video, but somebody screenshotted my channel and video for that J.J. Abrams movie, that The End of Oak Street, and somebody screenshotted it and uploaded it to Twitter to kind of show that I'm a terrible person. And then a lot of people kind of shared it. And all the people that were sharing it, they have like all the craziest like emojis, all the watermelons and all that stuff. Like all the it's funny that a very specific crowd was sharing that, if you know what I'm saying.
A crowd with pronouns in their bios.
Anything you can imagine. Like, one would be a pronoun person, one has like all these like rainbows, the other one has this, the other one has that. Like, whatever you can imagine would be the type of people that would be sharing this thing and getting upset, or whatever it was that they was 100% like didn't disappoint. Also, somebody even screenshotted it and went to Facebook, I think, and started writing stuff there. All of that was kind of it was kind of surreal. I didn't even share the thing on Twitter, to be honest. I used to share my videos on Twitter. Now sometimes I don't even do that. I don't know. I didn't even share it on Twitter, but somebody went and took a screenshot and then started sharing it. I want to show you if I can find this because it kind of amused me. Let me see if I can.
I mean,
find
I gotta be honest. It doesn't look like it's all that great of a film. Even outside of seeing your review, like I looked at the trailer and I looked at the some of the other reviews on like Metacritic, and I'm like, I don't think this is for me. I'm not sure who this is for. It looks really generic. It looks, oh look, they did something with dinosaurs in the 1980s, so it's Jurassic Stranger Things. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, okay, I found it. Sorry, they moved bookmarks. It was somewhere else.
Oh, no, not that.
Okay, I want to share some stuff with you. Are you ready? This is the one that started it all. Somebody said, okay, I guess somebody shared a video of somebody else. I don't know who this person is, but let me share this thing. I found this kind of amusing, to be honest. So let me do the presentation mode. Somebody shared this. Of course, it's Dino Kia. There's dinosaurs and a rainbow thing. Out of curiosity, yeah. I mean, I guess I've seen activists more than this, but whatever it is, In any case, I guess they like dinosaurs and rainbows.
I like dinosaurs.
So they wrote, apparently we're big enough to get dragged into culture war BS. And then somebody wrote a thing,
So
feminist
wait, this is like a fan account for this movie?
Yeah, I guess seems very organic, right? Uh, it could be that this is just a person that likes dinosaur and he turned his account into a hype for this stupid thing, or somebody paid him, or it's like a phony account. I don't know. All of these could be true. I simply don't know. But in any case, this person who loves, dinosaurs and rainbows posted something that said feminist propaganda, and it's a relatively tame thumbnail, in my opinion. And somebody wrote, uh, the end of Oak Street is ashamed of every man in it. Shout out Shadowscape Pictures. Don't really know, but in any case, somebody shared this. Okay, so what happened is that somebody answered, and this person that answered has a watermelon. Do you see that?
Oh boy. Watermelons.
Watermelon, and yes, all of them have like usually pronouns, or the other one had a pronouns, whatever it is. In any case, this one wrote, "The end of Woke Street, I guess. Will these people actually get a job? Also, I love how they ignore the amount of eaten in the film. I mean, it doesn't really matter because men and women are eaten, but the main characters are two women and two men. The men are obviously the losers in this equation, and the women are less losers than them. Now, have I seen movies that maybe they did that worse than in this movie? Sure, maybe I've seen it worse. It's maybe not like a 10 out of 10 on that scale, but it's certainly noticeable. It's not like you could watch it and think, "Oh, like how could you even say that?" If you've been watching this kind of pop culture stuff and this kind of agenda peddling for years, I think that it's pretty clear that that's what's happening. Now, somebody said, so the end of Woke Street. So then what happens is that somebody, this same Dino with the flag, writes, "You joke, but LOL," and then they put my video. Now the video, I have to admit, I'll be honest with you, Professor. I don't always use woke in my thumbnails. I don't always, write woke or say woke or whatever. Once in a while, I will if I think that it's really excessive and annoying in a way that's like a middle finger to you that really annoys me. Once in a while I'll use it, but the truth is that the name of the movie just demanded it. You know what I mean? Like if there was ever a time that I would say like the use it, it's now.
It's too easy.
It's
Yeah. I mean,
it's
yeah.
too easy. It's too easy. And even people in the chat here, when I watched it, actually, when I was sitting in the theater, I thought of it, and later somebody in the chat said it, and I'm like, well, I don't know. And even when I was broadcasting with you, and I mentioned in my review initially, I thought it's not a very good movie, and that's what I told you. I would maybe give it just a barely passing grade because I like the dinosaurs. But the truth is, I shouldn't give it a pass with all of its agenda peddling. It deserves to lose some points if that's what they're going to do. So at the end of the day, I gave it like less than a passing grade, not significantly less, but a little less than a passing grade. And yeah, I feel okay. Like I did this thumbnail with the end of Woke Street, and I chuckled when I did this. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought this was funny. Uh, Initially, like there were other versions of it. One, there was like a little JJ Abrams there, and there was like a silly dinosaur. Like I did a few. I think that I was thinking of doing one with a dinosaur with like rainbows. I actually thought of that. You know what I'm saying? Because of the teenage girl storyline.
Sure, yeah.
So I thought of it, but I ended up not doing it. I just said this is it. This is just simple and to the point. I don't need to add any other decorations to it. It just gets gets the job done. So I posted it. So now this guy, I don't know, girl, whatever it is, you joke, but LOL. And then after this, you had like people like really, really getting upset, like all joining in and doing this whole thing. But it doesn't end there. Like then I actually started noticing that a lot of people were sharing. See, this front person is saying channel is called Price of Reason. Honesty, you meant honestly. It should have been called Price of Stupidity, because what is this shit? I've already said this before. We really, really need to get these idiots out of here. So yeah, regardless, I hope you all have a great day. I mean, what do you mean you want to get us out of here? Get us out of where,
Yeah.
Professor?
Out of the internet. They think that yeah.
They prohibit me from going on the internet. Like, who is this guy that doesn't even have a profile picture? and I don't know, like, what the deal is. It's almost like a burner account. I don't even know what this is. It's like a phony bot or something. And yeah, I mean, what right do you have to be on the internet that I don't? But whatever. Uh,
Yeah.
then another person.
Lists disabilities, autism, and he/him pronouns in the account,
I'm
so
going to
you know
say
it's
something
legit.
controversial. I'm going to say something controversial, Professor, and I may get some heat for this. I sometimes notice these type of activist type that are annoying and have all that stuff, and they add that comment of like, "Oh, I'm autistic." Now, I'm sure that there's some cases where the person could be autistic, but I feel like sometimes people throw that in there. You know, I from a burner account or whatever it is, I don't really know if the person's autistic. You know what I mean? Or considering how autistic they are, they're very articulate in explaining exactly what their agenda is. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Mhm.
Like, I'm not saying you could be autistic and I guess really articulate. I just think to myself that I don't know what to tell you about that. They love putting that in their bio, and maybe in some cases they are, but the fact that we just looked at like 5 people and they all said it starts to look strange. I see it more and more, so I just don't know. I don't know when to believe it and when not. I don't take lightly if somebody's autistic, but I wonder if it's not like a trend that sometimes people are saying they are if they aren't. And I know that could be a
Mhm.
terrible thing that I said now. I'm sorry. I could be wrong on it. So this one wrote, YouTube movie reviewers when female characters do more than just be there. No, it's not that they're just more than be there. They specifically took the men in this movie and they made them look bad, and that's exactly how all these movies do it. So there's a few beats in this movie that you can't ignore. For starters, the movie starts off and she doesn't even want to be a mother anymore with her family or husband. She's the stunning and brave writer, and she has like a neighbor that tells her like what a great writer she is. She's the best. There's a good vibe around her. Meanwhile, the father, some guy, lost his job. He's lying to her. He's delivering pizzas. She wants to leave him. Their marriage isn't good. She doesn't like him. It's all kind of like annoying. So let's say they wanted to go this route, and then there's this crisis with the dinosaurs. This was the moment where suddenly, like, he could really step in and be this kind of more assertive and confident father that really, takes charge and shows why he's the man. But nope, it's like immediately as things go sour in this movie, there is a scene, and I kid you not, this happens in the movie, that they're like trying to put boards up in the house. They're worried about the dinosaurs, and then she's like sniffing next to him. She's like, "Is that whiskey I smell on your breath?" And he goes, I thought you wouldn't notice. She's like, "Now at a time like this, you couldn't not be," because suggesting that he's like an alcoholic or something, even now, like with the thing. And I'm thinking, man, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
it doesn't feel like it flows with the movie. It feels like some more shit that somebody wanted to unload on this character. So he's a bum. He's fired. He's not assertive. He's not this. He's not that. He sees the first sign of trouble. He's already drinking whiskey. This is really shitty. Why isn't she drinking whiskey? Now, at some point, one could argue that in the movie that they're fighting. So he's like, "You wanted to leave us. You wanted to leave this place, and don't you think I didn't know or whatever?" Maybe they give him, and that's why I said that there have been movies that have done this worse. But I will still argue that based on the way the characters act and the way they're presented, I still feel like the Anne Hathaway character is not supposed to be seen as like the bitch that she is, and he's supposed to be the loser. This is really, it's just like with Jean Grey and all that other stuff. They're not trying to make her look especially bad that she wanted to go. She was just such a talented writer that what choice did she have that she wanted to like spread her wings and fly? He's not a talented writer. He's some alcoholic bum. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah.
So, sorry, people say that I don't like that. I keep asking you that I get what I'm saying when I'm just annoyed. In any case, uh,
They're
so
gonna
so
start a drinking game if you're not
every
careful, and
time I
then
say it.
Price says, "Are you with me, Professor?" And they're gonna take a drink, and we're gonna get somebody killed. It's not gonna be fun.
Yeah, the dead man says whiskey breath. Yeah, it's something like that. And again, people are saying about the uh, autism. Listen, there's a lot of also different levels of autism. I think that that's why they have the spectrum, and I think that in some cases people have a more mild case, and some cases could be more serious. I don't know. I mean, I
It's
don't
just, I
claim to
mean, it
be.
is a spectrum, but at the same time, it seems like there's a lot of people who, on the internet who now claim this particular thing like it's just an excuse for them being assholes.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, that I've
Yes.
seen too many cases that it's just like a person is an asshole, and then you look at their profile and it says like autistic. That's like the first thing that it says. And I almost think that like there are people out there somewhere that think if I write autistic and act like an asshole, nobody's going to do anything. And yeah, I mean, it's something that you think, oh, well, I don't want to start fighting with somebody if he has like, autism or whatever. But I think that people are very loosely labeling themselves as such. That's just my opinion. In any case, in this movie, so you have that, and at the end, she's rewarded, like, for all of her bad behavior, she comes off the big hero in this movie. So people can say, "Well, at the end, she's sorry that she was mean to her husband." Yeah, she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, whatever, I love you," or whatever it is. It's kind of a heartfelt scene, but it doesn't feel earned. And let's just say, Professor, that the husband was a bum and the mom was like super girl bossy, whatever it is. Let's just say we did that. You have the son and the daughter. The fact that the son has his eye on this like young lady that he's into and he saves her life and then she wants to be with his sister romantically, that's already like they're giving you the middle finger. At least if that thing happened and there was like a romance, you could say, well, the father seemed to be a bum in that dynamic, but here the son is kind of more active and more has more of a presence. But I even feel like they chose an actor to play the son that's very kind of subdued and kind of never really gives you the feeling that he's in charge or has any kind of attitude. It used to be in films you saw a guy like come out, show some confidence, whether it's an older guy or a younger guy or some personality, some character. These two men in the movie are characterless, and it's fine if people like dinosaurs and they want to kind of look at it through rose-colored glasses, rose-tinted glasses, and they want to pretend that this thing isn't there. But I would argue it's there. I said there have been movies that it's been done worse than this, but at the end, there are four main characters in the movie: a mother, a daughter, a father, and the son, and there's no way around it. The father and the son are bums. The mother and the daughter, the daughter is smarter than the son. She gets the girl that he wants, and he just stands there. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
that's how it is. And then the mother, she's the one that needs. At the beginning, she wants to be the author, and at the end, she's the big author, and everybody tells her how great she is. The movie ends that there's like a news item where like a newscaster is saying how great she is, how she saved people.
Yep.
So yeah, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you feel that that this isn't the thing it is. It's not that just women exist. It is such a stupid kind of narrow thing to say. This guy doesn't even have a profile. So yeah. Then Paolo. Who's Paolo? Uh I don't know. In any case, it's crazy how there is a genre of YouTuber that just legitimately mentally insane. They're unable to engage with a piece of media and thus have to use buzzwords not only to build an audience of like minded mental deficients, but also use it as a guide of smart critiques. How much nonsense is this person saying? It's like they're not able to explain to me why I'm wrong. If they actually watched my review and heard what I said, they don't have the arguments to actually counter it. All they can do is say, "Wow, what a mentally deranged person." That's all they're saying. He's mentally deranged. He's mentally deranged. Give me a counterbalance. Explain to me why the mother, being the stunning and brave lady, while the father is an alcoholic idiot, and the son doesn't get the girl because the sister has to get the girl, how that's not woke. You could explain it. It's not even a word that I like to throw around a lot, but explain to me where I'm wrong and they're right. And they can't. They can't explain it. All they can do is sit around and do this. And this is just a handful of them. There's like probably like five. There were a lot of them, and some of them had like
Mm-hmm.
this one. Look, this one, 84,000 people looked at it, 9.4 thousand likes. Sometimes even these likes sound fishy to me. Uh, a lot of people were looking at this thumbnail. Woke is when a woman is an actual character and not just a plot device. No, that's not it at all. It's not it. These people, they're not watching the review. Uh, this is a 20-year-old's 20 and 16 plus. I don't understand. 20. How can he be 20 and 16?
Mm.
Or in order to follow this person, you need to be 16 plus because he might post gore and non-sexual nudity genitalia. I've never seen anybody write that in their profile. See, this person is lecturing me, has a watermelon inside their thing. They're watermelon enthusiasts, and at the same time, also, I don't know what else. So yeah, let's see if there was anything else. There was also on Facebook a lot of weirdos, but yeah, and let me see for a second. There was something I thought I saw one that was also see, sometimes I see one that's like watermelon and rainbow, and that's really the biggest, like, the fact that they would have a watermelon and a rainbow, that seems to be mentally, you know how they said I was mentally weird? If you have a rainbow and a watermelon, I think there's something mentally weird with you.
Hmm.
Because those two things don't even go together. You can't have a watermelon and the rainbow.
Well,
You can either have the
they
watermelon.
they think you can. They think those two things are compatible. There's plenty of idiots out there. I mean, come on. We have seen the Queers for Palestine crew that is out there that thinks that somehow they would be accepted in that society, that somehow they would be appreciated for their commitment to that particular part of the world. And yeah.
Fishbowl says it's a badge of honor to be attacked by people like these. I'm telling you that if you look, there was at some point also that what was I going to say? That there was like, you know how Twitter curates a story? Maybe AI curates it, and then you click on the headline and it shows you tweets from it. So throughout the day, they actually wrote that people are discussing like a heated debate about the dinosaurs, whatever this movie is. And when you clicked on it, I was one of the first thumbnails. This guy with these people, talking about it, it was one of the first things. And if you scrolled, every 3 tweets or so, this thumbnail came up. But you know what? I'm going to tell you this, Professor. It's a darn good thumbnail. I really, it's not that you know me. You know that I don't put it in every thumbnail. I don't always write woke. I don't always do it. I bet you that from, all the years that I've done stuff, once in a while, and it has to be, I think the last one that I really remember writing something is One Battle After Another. I think I wrote something like woke trash on it, but I felt good about it because it was really annoying. The movie really, really annoyed me, and I didn't know how else to describe it. I feel like saying that movie was woke trash. I feel okay about it. I wouldn't just throw it on and say it like on every single thumbnail or every movie, but I felt that one was good. This one may have been spared, but come on, man. The house on Oak Street, it's now or never, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I couldn't pass
You
up the
just couldn't
opportunity.
resist.
Couldn't resist it. Plus, it was true. But I mean, it was too tempting. Too tempting. I couldn't let it go. They appreciate your art. I guess they do. And I want to say one final thing. And this is I want to be a little diplomatic here, but I want to bring up something that annoyed me. And I learned something about myself throughout this whole experience. So when I made my video and I posted it on YouTube, uh, obviously some people are going to like it and write some good comments. Some people are not going to like it. And a lot of times I put up a video and you'll find people that they have different ideologies or whatever it is, and they're like these people here that are offended about all this stuff, and they write nasty comments. Now I'm used to that stuff, and I don't care. Like I know that they're going to write it. It's you at this point. You just know that that's going to be there, and you're like, okay, whatever, and you just take it in stride and move on. Uh, it doesn't really bother me. The part that bothers me the most is that on YouTube, I don't like to respond to people because it's not like X. YouTube, the way I see it, I'm putting something out there so people can, that I put a lot of work into, and I want people to enjoy that. And it's not really a place that I want to go toe to toe arguments back and forth with people. I don't feel like it's the right place to do it. So I looked and I saw that there were comments from a few people that I was at least, somewhat friendly with them. One of them, I actually had a good rapport with. And I see them in my comments, and initially when I see their image, I'm like, oh, they put a comment. Let's see what they said, and I'm really just innocently like, oh, that's great. I'd love to hear their, see what their thoughts are, and they start writing, you're misrepresenting the movie. You're not, giving, as if I'm defrauding people with my review, meaning the movie is good, but I don't want to admit it's good because I want to lie to people so that they won't see it. That's the general direction. And these people that are supposedly friendly with me write like 100,000 words or something explaining. It looks like it never ends. I showed it to you. It's like usually you write a
Mm-hmm.
comment. I've had situations. I have a friend, the Angry Badger. I sometimes stream with him on, with Irwin on Nerd Wars and Badger. There are times when he and I agree 100% about something, and it's fun because we're going back and forth, and like it's like a relay race, and we're both 100% on the same page. And sometimes something will come along, and he and I couldn't, disagree more with each other, and then we're kind of pushing back and whatever. But even when we do that, I think that there's still a level of respect maintained between us that doesn't cross a certain line. For example, this He-Man movie that came out a number of months ago, I didn't like it and he liked it. So he watched my review and he put a comment there. And it was funny because for a while, he and I, like, there was like a streak where so many things came out and we felt the same way about them. And he wrote something, he went to my thing and he wrote, well, I guess the streak of us agreeing on stuff is over. I actually really like this movie or something like that. So after he wrote a comment like that to me, just one sentence, I actually watched when he put out his review, I watched it and I wrote, listen, I respect that you enjoyed it. I obviously didn't, but yeah, whatever. And just wrote also something nice, and we both just went on our way. We can agree to disagree. Especially if it's somebody that I've been on streams with before, or more than that, I've helped before. Somebody said, "Hey, can you hop on this stream now? I need your help. I need this. Can I do this? Can I do this?" If I've been cool with you, and even I can't think of something that maybe you were cool with me, but I can only think that I was cool with you uh, a number of times. I don't understand how I'm the kind of person that you go to their video and start writing all the talking shit about me in my video. And I don't care. People can talk shit all they want, but if you're supposed to be my friend, I don't like that. I learned that that's my pet peeve. That if you're supposed to be my friend, the minimum courtesy is either you can reach out to me privately and say, hey, I hate your review, I think you're an asshole, I love this movie, fine, we can have an argument about it. Or you want to write like in one sentence, hey, I really liked it, I'm totally in disagreement with you, that's cool. But attacking me personally, like personally attacking my character in a post, I think that that's rude. And out of the two of them, one went like off, like having like a meltdown, you know what I mean? So yeah, I discovered that I don't like that. I didn't realize it until now exactly. I didn't know how to put it into words, but I think that if you're in my circle and if I've been nice to you and never disrespected you, to personally attack me on my videos if you're supposed to be friendly with me is a shitty thing to do. And I think that, and at the end of the day, even these people that I'm referring to, it's not that they had good arguments. They're like, no, but I really enjoyed this movie. Good for you. I don't give a shit that you enjoyed it. No, it really promoted the family unit. You feel it promoted the family unit? You think that it did? You're entitled to that opinion. I can have a different opinion. My opinion was backed up with something. I explained why. I think my explanation was stronger than whatever explanation you had, especially the parts where they're like having meltdowns and attacking my character personally, as if I'm sitting around plotting. You know what I mean? I woke up in the morning and I said, listen, I want to defraud anybody that watches my channel. I want them to, it's the best movie ever, Professor, but I want them to have the feeling that it's not good because I want to defraud them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It,
you have an agenda to push.
I have an agenda. I have to tell them that this is like the worst movie, even though it's the best. It's not the best movie. It is absolutely not the best movie. Even if you took it, and it's what you said before, Professor, even if you took all the agendas and you put them on the side and you just said, is this a good movie? I would still tell you it's not a very good movie. It's a movie that if you like dinosaurs, and I think that some of these people that were complaining, maybe they like dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs too. It's why I was almost willing to give it a passing grade just because I said I like the dinosaurs. But the truth is, having some dinosaurs on screen that I kind of like is not enough for me to say, okay, like, let me ignore this here. And even that stupid movie, The Jurassic World Rebirth, I felt wasn't as insulting to men as this is. It had its moments and it had a little bit of that, but I still think that this one was worse. The thing with like the whiskey on his breath, and oh, and there's another part. There's a part where like the family doesn't know what they're gonna do, and he basically says that he has faith. He says something that could be almost seen as like religious in a way about his faith, and they should have faith and things like that. So his wife kind of laughs at him or like kind of puts him down because he has faith. And that's like another thing that they just threw in here randomly that feels like it's out of left field, doesn't belong in the movie, but he is a bum. He's a loser. He drinks whiskey and he's a believer. If yeah, threw that
There,
in there too. And the
there
son
you go.
the son likes to sit and watch some lady from behind a fence in some kind of with his friends in a way that's comes off as kind of. It reminded me of Porky's. I actually threw in an image from Porky's in my review that most people probably didn't know the reference, but it's like they're looking through the fence, looking at her. It just felt kind of weird. It didn't come off as a playful way. It came off in kind of a strange way. So they're looking through the fence, but at the end, she likes the sister.
Oh yes.
So yeah, Kirurante says Price is always trying to defend himself against Baphomets. Help me with that word, Professor.
Well, I mean, Baphomet is a cult figure, like the goat that's used to. I wonder if that's like a typo.
Yeah.
Like the goat that you see like in a satanic statue or something. That's Baphomet.
Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. They push the ideology for Depop. Here, Yidis says Criticalist has it at 47, and that's fair. That I think is a fair. I was actually nicer in my review with my score than Criticalists were, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Lord Corey, how's it going? What?
Mark S47 says bath mat. He thinks
Bath mat. Okay.
Okay.
In any case, hey Tomahawk. In any case, what I'm trying to say is that I don't appreciate these guys here. I understand they're weirdos, and I was kind of intrigued by it. It was weird. I wasn't upset at these comments. The ones that were supposed to be friendly or friends, and they went to write crap on me on my own page. That I don't like. That's I guess my one rule. If I'm cool with you, if I've helped you with your stuff and we're cool and I've shown you respect, don't come over to my place and start like littering the place, and especially not with meltdowns. And I wouldn't do that to anybody else. I wouldn't go to their. I didn't actually check, but I assume that they put up reviews that they liked the movie. I didn't go to their reviews and write, "Oh, how dare you like it? Oh, you have something wrong with you. Blah, blah, blah. Look at you're defrauding people." I mean, what? I don't have anything to do, and I'm going to write that they're defrauding people. So yeah, that's what I have to say about it. Well, I stand by this thumbnail. This is a wonderful thumbnail. I'm on a roll. I had this thumbnail and the thumbnail for the Night Owl today. Man, is that a good thumbnail. Professor? Professor seems to have gone away. I don't know if it's the professor that has disappeared or me. You guys can tell me if you can see me or the professor in the chat. But in any case, I'm going to try to find that thumbnail that I did for for today because I'm so proud of it. Such a wonderful thumbnail. And yeah, let me see if I can show it to you now. Hey, Professor, you're back.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes. So I wanted to say that I absolutely love this thumbnail. I don't know why. I just did it and it made me happy, and I can't explain why. It all came together so well. So yeah, this is good stuff. I think that both James Gunn and J.J. Abrams, that's what made me happy. So
And everyone's favorite Hal Jordan in his premiere in live action television.
right, exactly.
Yeah. Just made sure to throw that in too. Yeah.
And part of the thing that some people, the people that were supposed to be nice and weren't nice were like, what did they say? One person was like, "Oh, J.J. Abrams didn't even have anything to do with this movie. He's just listed amongst all these producers. He didn't contribute anything." I disagree. His name is front and center on all the marketing, and they're really pushing him. And the other thing is, don't forget, he's had a lot of bad projects. The last movie, really, that I think in the theater was something that he was heavily involved in was Rise of Skywalker. That was 7 years ago. So it's not like he's had a million movies since. He's actually kind of been in a situation where a lot of studios seem to have distanced themselves from him. And in my opinion, I can understand that. I can understand why. So uh, I think that in this movie, he was very hands on involved. He was trying to flex his Spielberg muscles. Like, okay, I'm the producer. I'm going to bring in another director. I'm like a 80s Spielberg when he did other productions. The thing is, though, as a director, he's not Spielberg in his prime. As a writer, he's not, not that Spielberg really wrote a lot, but he's not a director on the level of Spielberg. He's not a producer on the level of Spielberg back in the day. I'm not talking
No.
about the latest Spielberg movie. Obviously, the man is like 80 and he made a movie that wasn't good, but throughout a lot of his career, I think he did make good movies, and J.J. Abrams is trying to tap into that, and he absolutely can't pull it off. So it's not true that he had nothing to do with it. That's just dumb. And then from another angle, some people are like, "Oh, well, you're not able to get over the fact that it's J.J. Abrams and give it a fair review." It's not true. I even say in my video, obviously, it's hard to ignore that he's J.J. Abrams. But if I sat here and it was the best movie, I would have told you, "Listen, can't stand the guy, but I enjoyed the movie." But the truth is, I just didn't like it. Didn't like this stupid movie.
Yep.
In any case, what were you talking about before? You said there was D23 or something like that.
Oh, I mean, there was a whole bunch of announcements at D23.
But the one final thing
Yeah.
before we go, I'm curious about the box office. Uh, End of Oak Street box office. Are the trades making it seem like it did well?
Oh, not that I have seen. Let's see.
They're trying to be kind. See, if this was a movie about like people in Texas that have guns and and they're cleaning up their neighborhood, this movie would have a 0. And if it didn't make a gazillion dollars at the box office, they'd probably be printing articles like, "See, it already failed." Like they did that once with some Sydney Sweeney movie that cost like. It was a Sydney Sweeney movie that I think had a budget of like $1 million. It had some indie studio, and it was something that the indie studio like went bankrupt and they couldn't even release it. And they're like, "See, another failure for Sydney Sweeney." So they're very happy when it suits whatever narrative they're trying to push.
Yeah.
But in this thing, I don't see the thing where it says flops. It should have said flops, but it doesn't say it.
Yeah. But this seriously, yeah, this had an opening weekend of 48 worldwide. It has an $85 million budget, which means that it needs to make. We don't really know what the marketing budget on this was, but if we put just the standard 2.5 number on there, since it's not a blockbuster, it might be close to the 2.5. So that's going to put that over 200. And then if you look at the standard legs of opening weekend 48, if it's got legs that are 3x, that's only going to bring it to what, 90 something? Or no, 140 something? Yeah.
Finally buried in the deep in the article, they wrote it's a tepid start for the $80 million budgeted movie. By the way, it's $85 million, but never mind. They wrote $80 million. So the studio will rely on positive word of mouth to help them with staying power. Even they're saying that they buried it down in the article. They said it very quietly, and then they're also bringing out their usual nonsense. However, critics seem to like Oak Street more than audiences. The film holds a B grade on Cinema Score and 84% on Rotten Tomatoes. Uh, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're trying to somehow soften the blow. This is not a movie that they're enjoying bashing. They're really trying to soften the blow. Probably, and if you want to know, this is more proof. A, they like J.J. Abrams. They like his wife. His wife helped launch the Me Too movement, so they're big fans of hers. And then all of his movies have like women taking a dump on men, so they like that. And this movie has that too. If this movie had like a guy with muscles that walks out and like punches everybody and like protects his family and battles the dinosaurs and I don't know what, they would have given this movie a 0. And whoever that, if it was like Chris Pratt in a movie like this, that he's like protecting his family and
or the Rock is out there with a baseball bat smacking raptors around, they
right.
no, this movie is just stupid,
right.
masculine idiocy. This is stupid, stupid fun.
The only reason, and it's almost like a ploy that J.J. Abrams knows by now, that if you put in like a same thing relationship, that the girl ends up liking the girl.
Oh yeah,
you already got that protection. It's like signing an insurance. You know how when you drive, you have like an insurance policy? That's J.J. Abrams' insurance policy with critics. The girl, she doesn't like the guy. She likes the sister because they have to be together. That's his insurance policy because he figures who's going to go and say this isn't good? Who's the guy that's going to get up and say that this wasn't good? And also the stunning and brave matriarch with the father being a drunk idiot that has faith and he's stupid. Who's gonna say anything to me? That's what this guy was thinking to himself. And yeah, they didn't say anything to you, but the audiences don't seem to be enjoying it as much as you thought. And having critics isn't enough. Yeah, you can have these chill critics and they can say whatever they want, but it's just not enough. So, unless
this is a failure. This is a failure at the box office. I mean, there's literally, very, very small chance. I mean, this would have to suddenly get huge word of mouth from people to turn around and have a really big second weekend, and I don't see that possibly happening.
No, I don't think so. They're trying to make it seem like, who knows, maybe this, maybe that, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Let's see for a second. I think I want to see if there was maybe a super chat or something.
Yep, there's a super chat and there's some gifts in the chat.
Well, let's let me see what's going on with that because I don't want to. Let's see for a second. I'm going to share this now. And how do I do this? 1 second. Share this tab instead. Okay.
You know what's really embarrassing?
What?
Bryce? Paw Patrol, the Dino movie. Also a dinosaur-based film.
Defeated it?
Technically came in 4th in the domestic box office. But it made twice that in the international box office. So it came in with 70 million for its opening weekend.
And what was its budget?
Versus End of Oak Street's 48. And let's see, what was its budget was... there's no listed budget, but it's just an animated feature. I would guess the budget for this was probably in the 40s, 50s.
Basically, this Paw Patrol thing is probably going to be profitable. I don't think this J.J. Abrams is going to be profitable. And the truth is, I don't think the movie was fun enough. I think that the movie was misguided. It was a movie that that probably they enjoyed. I posted my review, and I think that I later watched a review that the Drinker posted, and he had a pretty funny segment there where he was pretending to be the board meeting at that studio that they put together in the movie, and I thought that his description was pretty good, the way he described it. Yeah, it just feels like a movie that really was put together by some marketing team or some boardroom or some committee, and they thought, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? I described it as that J.J. Abrams just looked at a bunch of other movies. I credited him with it. He just saw a bunch of other stuff that worked in other places, and he just figured, I'll throw it on all in here, and it'll all work. But it doesn't work. Uh,
Hmm.
I think I've given you. Did I talk to you about this? That Tarantino, when he takes stuff from other movies, at the end he puts it into a screenplay that still has his own personality,
Yeah.
character, and identity. With J.J. Abrams, he'll take all those parts, and it's kind of like a guy that has all these pieces of a puzzle, but he doesn't know how to put the puzzle together. Like, he doesn't know what to do beyond that, and he doesn't have enough original ideas that he can somehow create something that makes sense. And that's also the difference. I'll say this between him and Spielberg. Spielberg, yeah, let's disconnect from his last few movies, the last dinosaur, not dinosaur, last that stupid movie with the aliens. Let's forget about that. But he grew up not in an easy situation. His father left. He grew up. He wanted to be a filmmaker. It sounds like he wasn't. Not everything was handed to the guy, from what I can tell. So he actually had to fight to be a filmmaker. He had to prove himself. I think that he snuck into Universal Studios and then just started hanging out there until somebody talked to him, and he would make these movies with some little camera when he was a kid and things like that. So he fought for it, and he had the talent and the skill, but he also brought some personality with him. And in contrast, I think that J.J. Abrams' claim to fame was that, yeah, what were his parents were babysitting Spielberg. Spielberg was babysitting him. I don't remember what the deal is. I remember there's something with him and Spielberg, but it's like his family. He came from a family that I think his grandfather was a movie producer, his mother was a TV thing. He came from a family that had already opened all the doors for him. I remember, I think once reading, I could be wrong, but I think that like at age 16, they already set him up with meetings with studios so he could pitch them ideas and sell them shows. Yeah, I've never had that happen to me when I was 16 years old, Professor.
Hmm.
Nobody at 16 years old told me, hey, we're going now to Paramount. You're going to sit there and pitch a bunch of ideas. Let's try to get you a show. Did that ever happen to you when you were 16, Professor?
No.
And it's that kind of nonsense that exactly is why he has no character, no personality. He's just all in the clique and the trends and whatever it is. And not to get too personal, I've told in the past probably a story that I shouldn't have told, that even my own interaction that had something to do with him didn't give me a good impression of the guy. Uh, I don't think very highly of the guy on any level. And yeah, he doesn't have that kind of personality, and that's why his movies look like that, because he doesn't have that edge. And again, Tarantino, quirky guy and all that. He also, his father left, his mother this. They were poor. He had to work in a video store, and he was writing and watching movies. Like, it's a guy that had to sort of do a bootstrap situation, hustle, make people look at the script, make this, try to make friends, and at the end, they gave him an opportunity, and he had these like little movies. Reservoir Dogs was a movie for a very small budget. Even Pulp Fiction was a movie for a small budget. Tarantino had to prove that if you gave him a few dollars, he can make a good movie. Today, maybe they are like, fine, what do you want, 100, 200 million? But that's not what they were saying to him at the beginning. No, but I will say this. Nobody took Tarantino at 16 years old and said, hey, this is the president of Paramount. Don't you have a show you want to pitch him?
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. You could say that I sound petty and that I'm bitter that he's such a and also this is the same guy that he's like, oh, like it's enough with all the privilege. Dude, you are the very definition of privilege. You would not have a career without your privilege. It's not privilege of like the skin color. It's just a privilege that your whole family set this up for you. And you couldn't even he didn't work for it. That's why he didn't work hard. And his claim to fame is like Lost, which is a hustle. Lost is a hustle. That's all it is. Him,
Hmm.
Lindelof, and those other weirdos. And we keep, even now with Lancer, we have to keep seeing these people that I don't know where they came from or why they have careers. We see them over and over again, and they give them hundreds of millions of dollars. I studied film, and I actually was trying initially after many years ago. I studied film. I wanted to get into the industry and whatever. I didn't have the contacts. I wasn't a part of the clique, and anybody I met didn't like me. I wasn't speaking quote unquote their language, and because like I was sort of like an odd man out. My ideas and things like that never always everybody had their stuck their noses in the air. And honestly, even years later, when I had situations that I did sit, I've had situations where I've sat with top executives from networks in a few cases, discussing shows and things like that, nose in the air. And the thing that annoyed me is that those people with noses in the air were bums. Like
Hmm.
I was more intelligent than them. I was more talented than them, and they were a bunch of jerk offs, and they weren't even producing good results. I'm just okay, not all of them. I'll be fair. So once in a while, I could run into a person that's not a jerk off or was smart. I remember especially there was once I was in a meeting with a guy, and the guy was like on top of his game. So it's not that all of them are bums, but I'll just say that there's a lot of bums.
Oh, I have no doubt.
More often than not, I would sit in the room and think these people are like, I wouldn't hire them to be on my team.
Yeah, I think a lot of Hollywood producers are people who have failed upwards. They've gotten into their position by being unscrupulous, right?
Yep.
By manipulating and backstabbing and whatever to get where they are. These are not people who have gotten where they are because they were particularly talented at their jobs.
Yeah, and not that it matters. I won't start getting. I've said this before. There was once a situation that I actually pitched an idea for something, and there was the snooty, stuck-up noses in the air. And then the people that I pitched this idea to tweaked the idea and went and sort of I, in a way, kind of ripped it off. It's hard for me to explain the whole situation. I will say it was an unscripted show that I was working on with a few other people, and it was something. The problem with unscripted is you do a little tweaking and you do something and you can somehow get away with it. And the other thing is that the show never really took off, their version of it. So even if I wanted to pursue legal action or anything like that, you usually only pursue legal action if the show is a hit that's making billions of dollars or millions of dollars. Then it's worth it. If the show, like, nobody watched and it was like came and went and made $1 or didn't make even that, there's really nothing to go after.
Yeah.
So it was something like that. In any case, what I'll say is that I'm not impressed with all these people, and I'm not impressed with J.J. Abrams. And with all that being said, if the movie would have been good, I still would have said it was good. It just wasn't, and I don't think very highly of him. And I don't care that he tried to make his big comeback after Rise of Skywalker. And again, it turned out that he was just an unoriginal, for lack of a better term, and this is my opinion, hack. Or as
Yeah.
I like to call him, the Hamburglar of Hollywood.
Yeah, as I was discussing this with someone the other day in the comments or on a tweet or something, basically saying, "Look, he has two gags. That's all he has. He has nostalgia and the mystery box. All he has.
Yep.
Those two things are played out. He's played those hands too many times. He's done them, so much that now other people are copying that and doing the same thing. And so, yeah, he has nothing unique to offer anymore. I mean, his one real grift that he got was that for some reason he was able to convince numerous different executives that they had dead IPs that he could revive and turn into something that would be a moneymaker. And he did it with Star Wars. He did it with Star Trek. He's trying to do it with Babylon 5, from what we've heard. My God, would that be a disaster? So yeah, that's his only gig. That's all he's got. And he tried to make this. And I'm not going to say that in his earlier years he didn't help produce some good stuff. I know there's people who are big fans of Fringe, Alias, some other things. Sure, whatever, yeah, that's fine. But again, it's not that he was never able to produce anything good. It's that today he's no longer able to produce anything because he's out of ideas. He's already played all of the hands that he had. He's used up all of the creative energy that he had, because again, it was really just two things. It was the mystery box and it was nostalgia, and that's it. So he's got nothing left.
I agree. I don't think he has anything to offer. And I also want to thank Rumble. I think they've recommended us to their viewers.
Very cool.
So very cool. Rumble is the number one platform for freedom of speech, and we love that. That's why Rumble for the Night Owl is pretty much our headquarters. And if you're watching on the Rumble app and you haven't yet subscribed, it's free to subscribe. You could also get the premium one, which is even better. But you could first of all subscribe for free and not just watch through the app. That way you'll be able to comment on the stream, join the chat, which was always your dream, and follow us, which is also what you've always wanted. So you're getting everything and for free. So it couldn't get any better than that. And if you're watching this on another platform, even on YouTube, since there's a few different YouTube channels, and there's also maybe some people came from X or whatever it is, make sure that you are actually following, subscribe to this channel, because maybe you're subscribed to something else, but you're not subscribed to this one. So also, that was always your dream, and now you can achieve your dream. Where was I, Professor? Oh, Istophobos says, "Rip Frank Beard." It's interesting that in ZZ Top, the only guy that didn't have a beard was called Frank Beard.
Frank Beard, yeah.
But at least his name was that. And yes, I was just thinking about you before. Make sure to pay attention to your DMs at some point. In any case, yeah, I mean, ZZ Top, I feel like didn't one of their band members already die? I thought. I could be wrong.
I thought
so. Only Billy Gibbons is left or something. I don't even know.
Yeah, it was Dusty Hill passed away back in 2021. Yeah, he was in his 70s. So was Frank Beard. He was 77. He was there. He was a drummer. And Dusty Hill was the bassist and a vocalist. Yeah,
right. So at the end of the day, I guess, I mean, that's what happens. Unfortunately, now some of these bands are getting older. They certainly had their own style. ZZ Top had their own thing going on, and I didn't mind it. I thought it was pretty cool. I kind of liked it. So, yeah. So what was I going to say about it?
I love ZZ Top. A lot of guitar driven riffs, blues, rock, kind of a, musical sound. Yeah. I mean, are they one of the greatest bands of all time? I probably wouldn't say so, but did they have some great hits and some good music and clearly had a lot of fun on the stage? Yes. I would love to have gotten to see one of their concerts at some point, but that was never anything that I got to see.
Yep. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I don't know if to say they're the best band ever, but they had their own character, and I don't dislike them. They're not a bad band either.
They did their own thing. They had fun with it. They had some good hits. They weren't a one-hit wonder, right? They had numerous hits, some good albums. Yeah. So yeah, fun band.
Yep. Absolutely fun. And yeah, I mean, even in the 80s, they had such cool videos. She Got Legs and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, She Got Legs, Sharp Dressed Man. Yeah. Trying to remember some of the other ones. Those were kind of their biggest hits. There's LaGrange, Tush. Tush was one of them. Yeah.
I mean, just She Got Legs is such a good song. And you know what? Even in the sci-fi world, they did have their song in Back to the Future 3.
Yes, they did.
It's a cool song. It's a cool song.
It is a good song. And it fits in with the film. And yeah, they get to do their little guitar spin. It's good, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and they appear in the movie, I think, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, they appear in Back to the Future 3.
They're the band playing back in for the hoedown in the past. Yeah.
So there's two versions. There's the one that they're playing like the old school one, which was cool because they're doing like the old school one, and then there's one that they do like the dinner, like, I gotta double back my friends, gotta double back, yeah, yes. I can't even remember the
Yeah.
double back again.
Yeah. Double back. That was the song.
I was one. Do they have more songs? I feel like maybe did they have just one? I almost feel like maybe they had another one, but I could be
Well,
wrong.
they again, they do have
No, in the movie, I mean.
yeah, they do have where they play in the song that they play back in 1885 is another song. And it's the instrumentals and everything and are very different. They don't sing for that one.
No, that one is different, but it's
Yeah.
like the same thing as the other one, just like it's like it's a period appropriate version of the one that they would have as the soundtrack song. I don't
Yeah.
know how to explain
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
but
yeah.
anyhow, they're fine in my book. I always like them, and I love the video. The thing that they're there with the car and they're throwing the person the keys and they show up and there's ladies and stuff like that. Uh, she Got Legs. That's a wonderful '80s video. It really is a
Mhm.
wonderful
Oh yeah,
video.
it is.
I'm trying to think what else. I'm blanking because there's other songs that I know. What else you got? You got She
Yeah.
Got Legs. What else do you
Yeah,
have?
Sharp Dressed Man was their other big hit. Legs and Sharp Dressed Man were their two biggest hits. Girl Go Crazy
I
for a
feel like
Sharp
there was
Dressed
another
Man.
one that I'm missing, but okay.
Yeah, there was LaGrange is another one I remember. Tush is another one. But yeah.
Yeah, hot chicks in their videos. What could possibly
Oh
go
yeah,
wrong? And I mean in a good way.
they always had hot ladies in their videos.
Yep. I appreciated that. And I appreciate the people in Rumble that are joining us. Very kind of you. Uh, in any case, the Dead Man sent a 199 super chat. The Dead Man has his own channel where he talks about Star Trek, and you should check it out. He writes, "I love you," or whatever it is. I don't understand. Professor?
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like it's a reference to something, but I don't know what the reference is to. I'm missing some context here, the Dead Man. I mean, I'm fond of you as well, but I don't know exactly. I feel like that you meant something here, and I don't personally understand it. Reminds me of the Naked Gun. The Naked Gun that he visits Nordberg in the hospital, and there was a boat before Nordberg gets shot that it's called "I Love You." So he wants to tell him about the boats with the narcotics or whatever it is. So he's like, "Frank, I love you," and he's like, I
Yeah.
I
That was the
I'm
name of the boat, right? Yeah.
right, and he's like, "I'm very fond of you too," or something like that. He's like, "No, no, Frank, heroin." He's like, "Well, you're gonna have to give me a few days on that one, Nordberg." He's like, "No, the boat." Like he's trying to explain it to him. It's such a funny scene. I mean,
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen was just so brilliant. Honestly, I know that like I don't have much good things to say about O.J. Simpson. I'm not gonna pretend that I have good things to say about him. But when I saw that movie, I thought that he was fine in the movie. Make of that what you will. I understand that he's not a good person, and it's such a great movie, and I love that movie, and he's in it. And I know he's not a good person, but man, that movie made me laugh and still
Yeah.
does.
Yeah. Oh, Istophobos is throwing all sorts of ZZ Top hits our way in the chat. He
Waiting for
says
the
their
bus
mainstream
sounds familiar to
the
me.
mainstream stuff was fun, but their blues were incredible. Cheap Sunglasses, I remember that one. Pearl Necklace, that one's not ringing a bell. But yeah, Waiting for the Bus, Jesus Just Left Chicago, Blue Jean Blues, Just Got Paid. Yeah, I mean they were a really good band.
Oh, hey, Mark D
Lots
with
of
the
great
C. What's
stuff.
going on?
Hey, Mark.
I think Mark D with the C came from that from Nick's stream. They watched Kick-Ass.
Ah.
They did like a Toxic Tuesday.
Oh, Kick-Ass. I have not seen that in forever. That's a good movie.
I saw it once a long time ago. I thought it was pretty good, but man, I don't remember too many things about it. In any case, if you happen to be watching this stream and you're new here and you feel like dropping a comment in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated, because the more comments we have in the chat, the more good stuff happens to you. I don't really know. I can't say what good happens to you, but you should definitely leave comments in the chat. So there's that, and also Fishbulb6, who's a channel member, sent 5 Price of Reason live gift memberships. We greatly appreciate that. It's always good when you're giving other people the gift of price. We're very, very excited. Thank you so much. Let's see. We were toxic tonight. LOL. Kick-ass holds up. Well, I haven't watched it in a minute. Maybe I should. Is Phobos Hendricks really liked Billy Gibson? He's got a story. I've heard that before. I remember something. I've heard this before, but I don't remember the exact details. But at some point, you and maybe if Mark feels like joining, you guys can hang out and you could tell me the story. I guess, Professor, you wanted to mention something about D23 before we,
Oh
dive
yeah, I
into
would just
some
say
other stuff?
there's quite a bit of stuff that came out from D23 that we might have a few things to talk about. Let's see. I've got a ads go away. Let's see. Maybe we can look at this real quick. We can see a few things here. There was a lot of stuff that was announced, and some of it I could just care less about. But let's see. Incredibles 3. Incredibles 2 wasn't that incredible. So Incredibles 1, still one of the best animated films of all time. But the second one, not so much. The third one, I have no idea, but it does look as though it might be focused on Mr. Incredible again, holding up the world. I don't know. Instead of being focused on Elastigirl like the last one. I don't know.
To be honest with you, I've only seen the first one. I haven't seen Incredibles 2, so I have no reference. I saw the first one.
It's not the worst movie I've ever seen, but it does. I mean, if you want to talk about like things that are like woke adjacent, right? Like the movie instead focuses on making her the superhero, and then he has to stay home and be the dad. Be the be the one that's the homemaker. It's like, yeah, not great. But this will be the first Incredibles movie not directed by Brad Bird. That also, I don't know. Bird will be penning the script, but he's not going to be making it. We saw some clips from the new Simpsons movie. Did you see anything of the coverage of this?
No.
Okay, so they showed like 5 minutes of the movie, like early footage, not incomplete footage of the movie.
Did it look any good?
I mean, it looks fine. It looks like it's being well made. It's a pretty it's a very Simpsons action scene where it kind of goes it goes places, but it ends up back where it started. Did remind me a lot of the last film. But what had been finished of it looked good. I don't know. We'll see. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Simpsons film, but also I think I enjoyed it a lot more than some people did. Some people expected it to be season 4 of the Simpsons back being absolutely golden and amazing, and I didn't. It was not going to be that. But I also thought that it did have a lot of fun in it, and they did a good job doing something special with it. Princess Diaries 3, less said about that, the better. Ghost Market, a new supernatural film from Pixar. Don't care. Gato, I gotta admit, for Pixar, this is a really fascinating design approach. Really interesting. Not sure what the story is going to be, but it's coming from the guy who directed Luca for them. So Coco 2. So they're making a sequel to Coco where he's all grown up.
I didn't even see Coco 1.
I've seen part of it. I've never actually. I kind of walked in on part of it, watched part of it. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. It's definitely has a style to it, and I've heard lots of people who really enjoy it. So it's one of those that like at some point I would like to actually go back and see the whole thing. The Bluey movie. Okay, thanks. Live action Tangled film, live action remake of Tangled. It's going to star Tegan Croft as Rapunzel, Milo Manheim as Flynn Rider. I don't know. I'm real sick of their live action remakes. Ice Age Boiling Point. Who cares that Ice Age
Exa Electronica is here.
After like the third film, why do we even care about what was this, like the 9th Ice Age film or something? I don't even care. A Lilo and Stitch 2, a sequel to Disney's live action Lilo and Stitch remake, because that was such a huge hit. Romeo and Michelle 2, God. Clay, whatever. Starfighter. They talked about Star Wars Starfighter. I don't know about you, Price. I think the graphic design on this logo is hideous.
It looks like a 1995 Windows 95.
They're clearly trying to evoke the original Star Wars logo as it appeared, in the original film. But to me, what this looks like is the Star Wars logo that appeared in the arcade game. The vector drawn arcade game. And then this Starfighter that's here in the middle, it just, I don't know who designed this for them, but it must have been a poorly paid intern, because this is a terrible logo.
It's not even AI, because AI would have done something cooler.
Would have done something better than this.
And the way I actually could let the Star Wars slide, even though it's stupid that they're trying to go for that 70s retro thing. But the thing that the Starfighter is the part that's worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they showed the trailer for this. I was not impressed. There's also been some footage of it that leaked out. I don't know. Not getting me excited for it. Hexed, another Disney animated movie about something. I don't care. Zootopia 3. I didn't see Zootopia 2. I don't care. It did well at the box office, but I didn't see it. Frozen 3. We've been expecting that for a long time. Certain that's coming. But I don't care. X-Men. Did you see them talking about X? Because you'll notice that they
don't want to say X-Men because of their men.
They say, well, in the marketing and on stage they have said X-Men, but right now it is Untitled X-Men Project. They are not. This is the only thing we've seen of it is this logo. And I still maintain they will not call this team the X-Men in the MCU. They're gonna do something else, just like they've done with this Wolverine video game that's coming up. It's gonna be called Team X or something like that. They'll outside of the actual film refer to it as X-Men to get people excited, but then once they'll start to disappear the men part of it as they actually introduce the film itself, and then the film won't say X-Men and whatnot. I could be totally wrong. I've heard from plenty of people who've said, no, it's going to be, they have to use X-Men because of the marketing and because of the recognition of the characters and everything. I think they're just going to use the X for the marketing, and then they're going to call it something. Maybe they just call the movie X.
Stephen Mack says X them.
X, mutants or something. I don't know.
You can tell that they're suffering, that they have to call it X-Men. Yeah. They're probably sitting there and they're crying and suffering that they have to do it, and they're going to be miserable and try to work around it in any way possible.
Yeah. And by the way, these are not the new Musketeers, or not Musketeers, Mouseketeers. the new members of the Mickey Mouse Club, which is what I thought they were at first. No, these are going to be our new X people. You will notice there's more women than men.
That is true.
Yep. And one of those is Professor X. So, yeah.
Which one is Professor X? The one with the yellow shoes?
I think it's this guy. Yeah, yellow shoes. So, yeah.
I mean, listen, I don't know what to tell you, but they could very well do a type of... I don't want to sit around and say that it's MCU now, but we know that it's possible that they'll make it that the girls are great and the guys are less than the girls. I mean, that's what they usually do.
I mean, I am going to say this, Price. This casting right here for these three, I'm not at all disappointed.
It's fine, yeah.
At least it's not Cynthia Erivo
It's
playing
not
Storm,
Cynthia Erivo
right?
like she wanted, yeah.
This young lady looks lovely. I've never seen her in anything. I don't know what else she's been in.
I still will say, I told
she
people
looks lovely.
I told people I liked Halle Berry way better, and they're like,
I liked
"Yeah,
Halle Berry.
she didn't even look comic book accurate." I don't care. I
Yeah.
like Halle Berry
Yeah.
better, but it's okay. I understand. I'll give it a chance.
We've got what's her name from Obsession? Yeah,
Indy Navarrete.
Indy Navarrete. Yeah,
I like her, so I don't have an issue with her.
Yeah. So I mean, I
heard some people. They're like, "Oh, she's half Latina." I don't really care. Listen. I think. I don't. Not everything in the world has to be like, oh, like, you know, it's she's this, she's that. I mean, I think she looks fine for the role. I think that she could absolutely do it, and she was good in that Obsession movie. And the Samara Weaving girl that's playing
Samara Weaving, yeah,
I think fine as well. That's really there's nothing weak about those three casting. I think it's just when you get to the men, they seem very kind of just there. You have one guy that I think was like gay in a bunch of shows. I don't know if he's gay in real life.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying, you know.
But Scott Summers isn't gay.
Right. That's the what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And the other two guys, I mean, when you compare it to either Patrick Stewart or Ian McKellen, or you compare it to even James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender, these guys seem like the Little League to me.
Tomahawk says Margot Robbie doppelganger. I will say, I guess Samara Weaving, yeah, in the right angles, right light, yeah, very much looks a lot like Margot Robbie.
I think that Margot Robbie is prettier than her. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, she kind of is as a lesser doppelganger. I guess it's fine.
Yep. Of course, they talked a lot about Avengers Doomsday. There was some new stuff that was revealed, costumes and so on. And a new the trailer, and then a special look where we got to see a little bit longer cut of the whole speech that is given about who Doom is. Oh yeah, I didn't know I knew he was I didn't know he was broken or whatever, like a bit more of that, whatever. I still say this movie looks like crap. People can be excited for it. I don't know. I think it looks terrible. Yeah. But yeah, there's more of this special look of Sue Storm. Yeah. Talking about how Doom was so brilliant and everything. Whatever. They are making a Kingdom Hearts series. Are you familiar with Kingdom Hearts, Bryce?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a long running video game series, where you have a character that, it basically goes back and forth between different Disney franchises, kind of tying them all together. So you're in a fight, and you've got Donald Duck fighting on one side with you, and one Buzz Lightyear fighting with you on the other side. Like, it's all these different like Disney properties like stuck together. So it's very, very popular. It's anime inspired. So I don't know, could be interesting, but I'm quite certain that they would they thoroughly mess it up. So yeah. Let's see. There's going to be another season of Percy Jackson and the Olympians on Disney Plus. No one cares. Oswald is interesting. Oswald the Lucky Rabbit is going to get his own TV miniseries. Early Disney character, right? That came is kind of the Steamboat Willie era, but did not get as popular. Trev Toonart says, "No way you'll be able to explain Kingdom Hearts." Yeah, as someone else who said, the Fantagonist is a Disney multiverse. That's as close as you're going to get, right? It's trying to explain what Kingdom Hearts is. There's all of these different, Disney properties, and they kind of all come together into this one very, very vast story. We're talking about, I think there's been 7 games at one point, I think so.
I see.
They're making another season of Scrubs. Did you watch any of this new season of Scrubs? Or did you watch any of the original Scrubs?
I watched a bit of the original, and I told you that there's an actress that appeared. I don't want to say too much, but there was an actress that sort of was at
Mm-hmm.
some point on this show,
Yes.
and I was friendly with her for a minute, and yeah, that was cool. That's the best thing I have to say about Scrubs.
Yeah, I watched some of. We have not actually gotten, because I've been watching it with my wife. We haven't, there's lots of other stuff going on. So, but honestly, I thought that the new season that they made was really faithful to the original show, and we really enjoyed the original.
Oh wait, so the
Scrubs.
reboot was good?
I enjoyed it. What we've seen of it. Again, I haven't watched the entire thing, but it's been pretty good. It's definitely way better than the last original season that they made, where they tried to keep making Scrubs, but without the original characters. They tried to shift it off to a new group of a different cast, and it did not work. It was a huge failure. Yeah, but this time around, they brought back all the same central characters. They've all aged, they moved, their lives are changing, and I think it's interesting. It's not it is not a total failure as a reboot. I from what we've seen of it, again, we haven't watched the whole thing. What we've seen of it, I thought was pretty well done. So, and they went above and beyond, because actually where they originally produced it was a hospital. Right, they actually shot it in a hospital, and that it is no longer standing. It's gone. It's been torn down, and so they had to, in order to make the show actually happen in the original place that it did, they had to basically rebuild it on a soundstage. And so actually they had a warehouse, and they rebuilt a whole bunch of it in this warehouse and on different floors. And it looks amazingly close to the original. The people who helped build it did an incredible job of recreating that set. It's pretty
Absolutely.
funny. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man Season 2. No, I couldn't care less. Imagineering. Oh, yes. Here's our favorite, Price. Ahsoka Season 2.
Oh, man.
Oh, have you seen the trailer for this? Everyone's talking about the trailer.
You could put it on. You could put it on. I saw the trailer. I thought it's just, it feels like so lackluster for me. And the first season did such a poor job. I don't know how anybody could get excited about season 2.
Well,
put it on by all means.
To me, I'll tell you. We can
tell me, Ahsoka. What troubles you?
So we're back to young Ahsoka here. From Clone Wars era, right? Oh, look, we've got a dude with another different lightsaber. Because what we needed was another different lightsaber we've never seen before.
It's like Maul, but it has a little bit in the middle too.
Some in the middle, yeah. And we've got Anakin
I'm always
back.
walking by your side.
Oh, crossed arms. Drink.
Yep, she had her crossed arms.
Yep, crossed arms.
Citizens of the glorious empire, I have returned.
We've got Thrawn.
I took an oath to...
Which, I'm sorry. That was the worst part of
terrible.
That
they made
season.
Him so stupid. They
made him a moron. Yeah. Oh, just as I had planned. Oh, yes. I sent only 2 TIE fighters to defeat them, and they were both destroyed. So
Thrawn
everything is going just as I had foreseen. Yes.
He was always playing 4D chess with himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what he was doing throughout the whole series. And now it's Ewan McGregor's wife.
Yes, of course. Second wife.
Second wife, yes.
Yes.
The one, and again, I want to make it clear, because I think a lot of people in the chat, they think that she got the role because Ewan McGregor is Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that's the only reason why they hired her. And I was very ashamed that the chat thought this. I'm sure that they hired Ewan McGregor's wife not because she's Ewan McGregor's wife, but because they really needed her specifically for this role. So the people saying otherwise in the comments should really, really do some research.
Mm-hmm.
protect the Empire. I therefore declare war.
Well, I will say this. At least it looks like maybe he got in shape this time. Obviously, we don't see too many shots of him, but it looks like he might have lost the beer belly that he had
like a beer belly. That's
in
true.
the first season. Again, I'm not going to say I'm the fittest guy on earth because I'm not. But if you
No.
hired me to play Thrawn, I'm going to hit the gym hard and I'm going to be ready to play that part.
Yeah, I mean, if
Right?
somebody gave me $1 million and they're like, "Hey, we're giving you $1 million. Can you go to the gym every day now for the next 6 months?"
I'm not
Yes.
showing up with a
Yes.
gut to
Yep.
play that character. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Of the Rebel Alliance.
So they show up. Okay, so there's this thing where you see these things dropping in price, and they're cutting holes in the sides of the ships, and people are dropping in and attacking. So this is ripped straight out of the Heir to the Empire books.
Right.
It was the Battle of Sluis Van. They have these little mining things that they steal, and they use them as basically tools to board all of these ships, to try and board all these ships at once, so they can try to take a whole bunch of these. Obviously, it's not the Rebel Alliance anymore, right? It's the New Republic. But they try to take a whole bunch of these New Republic ships all at once, and because of this, basically they're taking away their ships, they're adding to their own firepower, and it was supposed to be this huge, coup for them, and actually they ended up failing because they recognized what was happening and were able to turn things around in the battle. But that's clearly taken straight from that Heir to the Empire story, which makes me think that they're going to try doing Heir to the Empire, but obviously they're going to be doing it without Luke. They're going to have Ahsoka in Luke's place.
And Sabine or whatever that shit was.
Yeah, and Ezra and the rest of the Rebels crew in place of the original cast. So
I think that isn't Ezra Bridger friends with drunk 3PO?
I don't know. I
I
actually
know-
don't. I do not mind the actor that they got to play.
No,
him
he
at all.
didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. I actually think that he was also in Spider-Man, and I'm ashamed to say I thought
Yes, he was.
the
He was boyfriend.
one- Yeah, he had like nothing. They gave him such a nothing role there, but he was in it, and I've seen. For some reason, I think the reason why I think that Drunk 3PO is friends with him is that, and I could be wrong, is that a few times in one of my feeds or something, some platform, I've seen him post pictures with him, but I think not just in one event, like multiple times. Usually, you don't post pictures like multiple times with a guy unless maybe you're friendly with him. So that was the impression that I got, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. So this is going to premiere January 20th. Oh God. Okay. I am so tired of morons trying to do laser bow and arrows. It has never worked. It
Yes,
is
it's dumb.
always stupid. It is
It is
always
dumb,
there is absolutely nothing that a laser bow and arrow is going to be better at than just a gun. It's so stupid, and they've done it in every property. They're doing it in this one. It was an incredibly goofy thing that they've done in a lot of other places. Yeah. Laser bow and arrow, sure, whatever.
Out of vision. What did you see? More.
There was our Sabine there.
More and more danger than I thought.
Balin claimed to have knowledge of a power,
Master!
one that could end wars.
That's the recast because Ray Stevenson. passed
The guy
away.
that they recast for Steven. So I will say this: they keep showing these action scenes, and everyone was like, "Oh, there's going to be so much more action in this in this season than there was, before." And every time I see these scenes, I'm like, "That's all from one episode." That's just one battle scene. They're just showing it to you sort of out of, out of order, right? Or they're showing like one little 5-minute battle scene and another little 5-minute battle scene from a few different episodes. Like this is not going to be like, yeah, they're trying to make it out like it's clear this is going to be an amazing action pack. Is like, this is a 2-minute trailer.
Right.
You're just seeing a bunch of scenes from yeah. Anyway. Oh, there's Chopper. You know who voices Chopper? Dave Filoni.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Seth Rogen.
No.
Somehow Dave Filoni is not as bad as...
yeah,
but it's
A long time ago, I walked away from the Jedi.
This is your trial, Ahsoka. Take your time to decide. Are you a Jedi? Or not?
She decided a long time ago she's not a Jedi.
I
don't
feel like
understand. It's so stupid.
I've heard her say this stupid sentence on multiple things. I've heard it in Clone Wars. I feel like I heard it in Rebels. Now I'm hearing it here. How many times and how many shows could she say the same stupid thing? I get it. She walked away from the fucking Jedi. They had to do that because she wasn't in Revenge of the Sith, so that was the only way to explain it, because otherwise how would Anakin have an apprentice that nobody ever talks about? Still, it's weird that nobody talks about her, but, whatever. But that's the reason they did that, and they use it over and over again with that same thing, because supposedly there was like a trial. I can't believe I even remember this. There was some kind of trial that they accused her of something, when she
Yes.
didn't do that something, but they accused her, so she got upset and she left. And since then, she became like her own person. She's not
Yes.
a Jedi, she's Ahsoka. You know what I mean?
Yes, and that's why her lightsabers are white, because she took all the
She does her own
color
thing.
out of them. Yeah.
There's the Jedi, there's the Sith, and there's Ahsoka. And then also it's like the way the sentence is here. I don't know if maybe it was Robot Head or somebody online was right. He was laughing about it, or it could have been just somebody in the. I don't know, but you think that she's going to say that it's going to be like you're going to have to decide if you're a Jedi or a Sith, or I don't know what. He's just like, you're a Jedi, and then there's this big pause, and he's like, or not. It's like the biggest.
If you're a Jedi or not.
It's such a anticlimactic thing. It kind of reminds me in Avengers Endgame when he goes, Avengers, assemble.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I like the scene for what it is, but I don't know why you have to whisper assemble.
Because it was stupid. It's supposed to subvert your expectations. It's dumb.
Yeah, I don't know. My expectations.
It's supposed to be a war cry, is what it is, right?
That was the one part
but
that
it's
he's
Avengers assemble. Yeah.
So weird. Yeah, that's one thing that kind of bothered me. I don't know why. I feel like he needed to say assemble in a more assertive way.
There was a lot that bothered me in Endgame.
I still enjoy the cinematic experience and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's the type of movie that if you think about it later, there really is issues there. But I did have fun watching it. I won't lie to you, it was a fun experience. But there are issues with that movie.
Yeah. So yeah, this is clearly this is right as they arrive, because it's got the giant warp ring thing that they used to travel back from the other galaxy at the end of the.
Are they going to introduce again those space fish?
Oh, the space witches are going to be in this, son. They're going to be in this thing so much. It's not even going to be funny. There's going to be space witches all over the place.
No, the space witches, I know they're going to be there, but in addition, you have the space fish, because the way they can travel...
the space whales. Yeah, space whales.
Sorry, space whales.
Yeah.
With the whales, they can travel through time. And that silly cat, I forgot the name of the cat, but...
Oh, we just referred to it as Downs Cat on...
Yeah, Downs Cat. They're going to introduce that one as well.
That's coming back, I'm sure, yeah. It's technically a Loth cat, is what it's called.
Oh, Loth
because
cat.
it's from the planet Lothal. But yeah, I'm sure that they'll be.
I mean, I didn't mind it in Rebels when it was animated, but I
Yeah,
somehow
yeah.
when they made it in the live action, it looked kind of weird.
It looked really goofy. Yeah. Oh, here's our. Oh, yeah.
I still wonder to myself why they're even making a season 2. There was nothing special about season 1. I mean, I guess maybe season 1 had more viewership than, let's say, The Acolyte, but I
Yeah.
don't think it did spectacular
I mean,
numbers for that.
it's because Dave Filoni's in charge, and he's got a constant hard on for Ahsoka. I mean, it's his toy, and he wants to smash it together with the other action figures. So yeah, but it also looks like they're going to bring back, which, you saw the statues, and there's this mystery that Balin was looking into and everything. One of the things I hated the most in Clone Wars, and this was something that was blessed, it was brought into the story by George Lucas, and I freaking hate it. There was something they brought in called the Mortis gods. Do you know about these?
There was an episode in Clone Wars with
Yes.
this Mortis god.
Yes, the
wasn't
Mortis
it a
gods.
father and his son?
So there's the father, the son, the daughter,
Right.
and then they also introduced later that there's another character called the mother, I believe, and so basically their personifications, they're gods that are personifications of the Force. The balance between the light and the dark, and the son is the dark side, the daughter is the light side, and then there's another character who it's awful. I freaking hate it. It's the worst thing. Like, the Force is just supposed to be this. Basically, it's like a life force that every living thing creates, and it connects everyone together to create these like gods that are part of the Force, and then all of the BS that they added later with the world between worlds and everything, like all of that stuff. I just freaking hate. It adds so much ridiculousness to the whole story. And yeah, Fantagonist brought it, says, bringing in Abeloth is the name of the other character. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that not everything that you see in Clone Wars is good. Clone Wars is hit and miss. Sometimes there's ideas that I like there. Sometimes there's forgettable episodes. Same with Rebels. Rebels, occasionally there'd be something that I think it's pretty cool. Then some stuff that was just nonsense. But the way I could really enjoy Clone Wars and Rebels was that it wasn't really the main live action show or movie or anything like that, because as animated things you can get away with things that are sort of separate, and in my mind it was almost like I don't want to say it wasn't canon, but it wasn't necessarily canon. Those things for me, they were just another interpretation or something, and I didn't mind them. But once they started, trying to cross over that whatever you saw in the animated is really as if it happened in canon, and now these people are showing up live action, I feel like it didn't work out that well for me. I didn't love it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think about that Mortis thing and whatever you just described.
Yeah, the whole thing with the Mortis gods.
You can get away with it.
I hate it. Some people really like it. They like it's deepening mythology of the Force or whatever. I don't think the Force needed to have a deeper mythology. It's just supposed to be a sort of, as they say, an energy field that ties the galaxy together. It's a field made up of all of the energy from all the living beings and creatures and plants and all of this stuff. It doesn't need to have gods that are attached to it, which just drives me crazy. But
again, you can get away with things in an animation that you like, and one with many, many episodes, that if you don't like it, it's kind of like if you watch Star Trek, the series, or one of the other series, and you're like, I don't really like this episode that much, but then the next week there's another episode. Clone Wars has a lot of episodes, so they did something with Mortis. It was that father and son, whatever it was. I vaguely remember it. It didn't leave much of an impression on me, but I never really had to think about it again. I don't necessarily feel like I needed more of it or in live action.
Yep. Yeah, and I will just say, I can't get excited for season 2 of Ahsoka for one simple reason, and that is Rosario Dawson was awful in the first season. She looked like, I mean, compared to someone like, we had in the Clone Wars where these actors trained for hundreds of hours to be able to do the lightsaber fights and all of this stuff to make them look really impressive. She looked like a grandma with a broomstick. She could barely move. She wasn't like, it looked terrible. And frankly, just the show itself was so bad, destroyed the character of Thrawn, which I have loved for 30 plus years, ruined like the way that it just sort of took the relationship that had built up in the Rebel show between Ezra and Sabine, just threw it out the window. And then Sabine's a Jedi, they're jumping, and all this. Like this was the show price. I held on for so long, hoping that Star Wars could be redeemed. Ahsoka was the show that broke me. Ahsoka was the show when I decided Star Wars under Disney is doomed. There is no redemption while the Disney name is attached to it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that it was a very disappointing show. And the sad thing is that I usually like Rosario Dawson. I don't know if maybe she just wasn't a good fit here. And the other thing is that in the scenes where you actually saw a young Ahsoka, which was a more kind of athletic young actress, I thought that worked better. Seeing a young Ahsoka with Anakin in live action was probably the only scene in that whole 8-episode run that I thought was kind of interesting. And that to me means that if they could have done an Anakin that kind of works with a young Ahsoka in live action, probably would have liked that better than whatever we got from this stupid show. And without Thrawn, leave Thrawn alone.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that Rosario Dawson is necessarily the wrong choice for the character, whatever. I have no problem with her playing the character, but for God's sake, put in the work. Like, put in the work that these other actors like Ewan McGregor put in, the dozens and dozens of hours of training to be able to move and fight in a way that's fast and impressive and convincing, that shows me that you are this warrior at the peak of their power. Yeah, and there are plenty of other things that I had problems with in that show. But the biggest thing for me was just them just ruining the character of Thrawn, which I think was one of the most compelling villains that was ever created in the Star Wars universe. The creation of Thrawn, the use of Thrawn in the EU was brilliant. And genuinely a villain who you could see Luke and Han and Leia losing to, because he was brilliant. And he was he was staying a step ahead of him all the time. There was all of these different things in motion, and he was genuinely threatening, and then he was just this pathetic, fat loser. And
that was bad. And again, even if Rosario Dawson couldn't get into the fitness or whatever, they could have brought some stunt actors. Just the scenes that like they were trying to let her do this action, it looked very bad. I don't know what else they could have done, but it must have been anything else than what they did was probably a better option. Even if it's stunt woman or have her go to the gym and work with trainers, I really feel like there was none of that. And it's a shame because if you watch the animation, she's so supposedly athletic, jumping around, doing all this stuff, and she comes off as the opposite in this show. Like I said, when they had the scenes with a younger actress who was very athletic, that looked kind of cool. I don't know if you remember, there was like a flashback scene where she's with Anakin, and you have a younger.
They had a little bit of that in this trailer. Where they've got the younger actress playing her. Yeah.
Right, and that for me, that was the only thing that worked in the entire 8-episode thing, the scene with Anakin, that she's younger and whatever, that could have been something that if you told me, even if you made, let's say, a 2-hour movie that takes place in whatever time period that is, and, before Revenge of the Sith or whatever you wanna call it, and it's like her and him going on an adventure, when he's still, he hasn't become a Sith and all that, they go on some kind of adventure. I may have been okay with it, especially for like a TV show. Probably would have been okay with it, but if it didn't suck. But they really they had so much potential here. They really fumbled it.
Mm-hmm. Another big announcement then, moving on from Ahsoka, another big announcement was Vision Quest. And they're not just selling this price as a story, like how Vision sort of figures out who he is without the Mind Stone, right, and without Wanda. No, they're selling this as the Wanda trilogy that starts
Oh,
with
I saw that nonsense.
WandaVision, and
Agatha
then
all
Agatha
along.
all along, and then ends with Vision Quest, which I'm like, wow, you want to talk about a really disappointing second act in that trilogy, Agatha all along, where we find out that Vision and her magic babies that they made in her head somehow got souls that then took over the dead bodies of teenagers.
That show was awful.
Yeah. So we get the absolutely terrible version of the character Wiccan in that show. Oh God, it looks so bad. But then some people Robert Meyer Burnett is already glazing the show. I don't know if he's actually seen it or not, but saying this is one of the most impressive pieces of sci-fi he's seen made in years and all sorts of stuff.
Well, it's Terry Matalas, and some people think maybe he could do something normal. I don't know. I'll give it a chance because I think that he's not a bum, Matalas.
You're right. You're right.
But at the same time, the problem is, but you said something important. You know what annoys me? If they would have just shown this trailer and not talked about anything that ever happened before, and he's just doing some cool shit, I'd have said, okay, maybe this is interesting. I'll watch it. The second that they wrote the third part of the trilogy with WandaVision and Agatha all along, I really was like, oh, that sucks.
They really want
really
you to go
sucked.
back and finally watch Agatha all along, because
screw that. Like, first of all, I actually am one of the only people that watched WandaVision and Agatha all along.
Yeah, I watched them both.
Although, to be fair, Agatha all along was a real struggle. That was a real struggle to get through.
I don't know. I was laughing my way through it personally.
Did I tell you that I went to Comic-Con and I stood like online or something? I was trying to get in, and a few ladies were standing next to me. And at the time, this was I think 2 years ago. At the time, Agatha all along was just either in the middle of airing or just aired or whatever it is. And they were standing there. The funny thing is that I'm trying to think if I already had my if I already looked like Darkman.
Yeah,
I think maybe I did. Maybe I was Darkman. I don't even know. It's possible that I wasn't even Darkman yet. Like, there's a chance that early on when I arrived there, I was just me and not Darkman yet. I think that I turned into Darkman at the convention before I pulled out like Price of Reason the doll. This all sounds so weird if somebody's joining now, but in any case, I think I was me, like the real me, and I stood online, and these two ladies were chattering about Agatha all along, and then I kind of told them that this show is a disaster and it's awful, and I was just saying that I'm really tired of all these crappy shows that since Endgame, it's all whatever, and then they were like, they seem to be like those kind of ladies that you see online that have all those flags in their bio, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yep.
Drink. And they're like, no, finally, you had so many movies and shows that were male dominated. Finally, This thing is so important that it's happening now. And like they were saying all this nonsense, and suddenly I was like turning into me, but it's one of the only cases where I was me in public. And I'm like, ladies, nobody watches this. It had 3 viewers. Nobody cares. You're the only viewers. They're not going to make shows for you to. And I'm just standing online. And I think that they were kind of shocked, like looking at me. Like they got the price of reason thing, but I was without my mask. I was like, but I don't know. It's funny because
Yeah.
it was just a funny situation that's very rare that you wouldn't normally see. But I'm completely like raining on their parade and telling them why that Agatha All Along is garbage. I was telling them it's not making any Nielsen charts. Nobody's watching it. It's like you're like, oh, the men used to do this, the men used to do that. I said the men are the people holding this franchise together. If you don't do shows that a few men will watch, if you continue to do Agatha All Along, you don't have a franchise. You guys are not representative of anything. I'm just standing online. I feel like those ladies, like, they had to, like, I don't know what happened to them later. I feel usually online they can block me and run away, but I feel like here they had to stand and absorb what I was saying and maybe for a while because we were online, so they couldn't run away. I had a captive audience.
Well, we know they didn't go home with you.
The mask was off. No, maybe they went home with each other.
Much more likely.
If you understand, and again, drink if you know what I'm saying.
If you know what I mean. Yeah.
In any case, you can put this trailer on if you want.
Nah, we don't need to watch it. I will just say this: like, I think it's clever that they've brought back Ultron and the what's the actor's name?
James Spader.
James Spader, yes, yeah. That James Spader's in here. That he's like part of his consciousness and stuff. But I'm sorry, it looks to me like this whole show just happens in his head, right? Like maybe. It's all just him processing stuff in his head in some mysterious world. So none of it's actually really happening. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't care. Yes. Terry Matalas, I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt on that. I think Terry Matalas is a pretty good creator. I'm not going to say he's God's gift to science fiction or anything
I'm not
like
saying
that.
The best thing that ever, but I think he's okay.
But yeah, I mean, the 12 Monkeys show, really good. As far as, the last season of Picard, fairly enjoyable, even though I had lots of problems with it. And just remember, Terry Matalas also wrote season 2. So, which was so bad I didn't finish it. So, yeah, I want to give it a shot. I'm gonna watch it, but I don't have a lot of expectations for it. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, I don't have much expectation either. What else we got in this?
No, I mean that's really pretty much it. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they announced, a lot of new, things that are going to be hitting over the next few months. Like I said, we've got Doomsday coming in December. We've got the Vision show, which is coming in. That's like hitting in October, I think. October timeframe. When is that? What does that do? Yeah, October 14th. Yeah. And then Ahsoka coming in January. So we got, there's a lot of this stuff coming pretty soon. We'll have that to talk about. In fact, we'll roll into Vision Quest almost as soon as we finish Lanterns. See how I did that segue there?
Yep.
Like that?
That was quite a segue, Professor.
Are you with
by
me?
the way,
Are you with me, Price?
I am with you. I have to send invites. Let me see for a second.
Sure.
Give me a second. It's the Phobos. I'm sending you an invite. Where's Mark D with a C?
Yep.
Okay. Mark
I saw
D.
Robot Head in the chat earlier, although he just he just said go Price. So I
yes. I sent him one now. I sent him one now as well. I'm sure. I don't want to say it, but I know what's going to happen with my invite.
And we do have one more super chat. While you're sending out invites, I'll go ahead and share it. We can talk about it.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll just share.
Let's see.
Where'd it go?
I'm gonna send anti-derivative Jill one, and she'll be like, "I'm sorry, Price, but I have to. Well, we have guests in the morning, and I have to prepare hors d'oeuvres."
Oh,
And then she
boy.
won't be able to show up. She loves it when I do impressions of her.
She does.
I don't really know that she does, but I'm just gonna tell myself that she does. Let's see. I think that I saw Vex Electronica here. She probably went to sleep because
Yeah, I think she's off to Slumberland.
I'm surprised she stayed awake so long. But
Yeah.
I'll just write, "You're welcome to join, Vex."
See, so yeah, we did get a super chat from Jason Webster, always a big supporter of the channel. We always appreciate it, Jason. The South Korean sci-fi film Space Sweepers 2021 is still way better than anything Disney Star Wars. Space Sweepers. Have you seen this, Bryce?
I don't know what that is. I've never seen it, but I don't watch a lot of South Korean entertainment. So what can I do?
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hey there, Mark.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I thought I saw Ista, but then he disappeared.
He's here. No, he was saying knock knock in the chat.
Oh.
I guess he doesn't have the key.
Oh, here.
Open sesame, or say friend.
No, I think he's back.
Melon.
It wouldn't let me in. It just said 404. So
Yeah, that's weird. Space Sweepers. Okay.
What the heck?
I'm sure it's fine. I've never seen it though.
This was Jason Webster's recommendation here. Space Sweepers as a
it's a Korean show.
it
or
says
is it-
streaming on Netflix. Set in the year 2092, follows the crew of a space junk collector ship called the Victory when they discover a humanoid robot named Dorothy. It's known to be a weapon of mass destruction. They get involved in a risky business deal. Okay. Oh, interesting.
Could be
Okay.
interesting. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they bring a lot of this Korean stuff over on Netflix. I definitely think they're more creative in Korea, much willing to take a lot more risks than Hollywood is these days.
yeah,
So,
a lot of their sci-fi stuff though is very I'm gonna use the word incoherent, but some of it can be enjoyable, but you can't. So you mentioned Endgame. I've only seen Endgame one time. I think that's the best way to do it. You went to the movies, you saw it, that's how it ends, and you don't think about it anymore because the more you think about it.
Yep. I
And-
saw it once in the theater with the family. We watched it one more time. So during lockdown, we watched every Marvel film in order. We watched all of them. So we got back around. We watched Endgame, and it was one of those situations where we watched it again. And the second time around,
no, it doesn't work.
I was like, oh, there's so much about this that I don't like, because in the theater it's this big experience. It's an event. There were definitely things the first
People
time around
cheering.
that I thought not too happy with that, but whatever. Like especially them introducing the time travel stuff. I was like, oh geez, really?
I saw Infinity War a bunch of times, but Endgame only once. And I'm just saying that South Korean sci-fi sometimes works like that. Occasionally, you'll get a real winner, though.
Yeah, sure.
And what they did with Cap, his story, of course, now I guess he's coming back in Doomsday finally, but it was moronic to send him back in time. Or what they could have done was had a movie like it was adventures, back in time, but then coming back to our timeline. I mean, Cap wouldn't give up on everything and just live in the past. Yes, he's disappeared and lived in other dimensions and had a son in that other dimension. Crazy things have happened to Captain America, but it seemed like such a cop out, and they wanted to set that up as a Falcon Cap, which was horrible in the regular comics too. Just love him as Falcon, but he never worked as Captain America. And of course that was
the shield doesn't work with the fucking wings. It's a completely different. The shield also doesn't work if you're not a super soldier because you can only throw it as fast as a football. It's not really all that scary.
Yeah. So, and I guess Cap is not donning the uniform as Captain America. It's still going to be Falcon
It's going to
Cap.
be Captain Shirt Pants.
Yep.
Yeah.
He returns as guy in black shirt.
Yeah.
So I think I mentioned this to you, Price, when we were just chatting, outside the stream, but I know ZZ Top. I've met them a bunch of times. I've been to Billy Gibbons' house in Houston back in the 80s.
Okay.
And
did you have to dress sharp to see them?
No.
He did have to have legs.
No, man, they're just like regular guys. So we had some mutual friends, and I'm not at their level, dude. Billy Gibbons is an amazing fucking blues guitarist. Like, he is absolutely incredible. He even impressed Hendrix, and they became friends when they met. So he when Gibbons was a teenager, he fronted a band called the Moving Sidewalks, and they opened for the Jimi Hendrix Experience, and he fucking was playing Hendrix covers. And then Jimmy goes, you got a lot of balls to do that.
Opening for Hendrix, playing covers for Hendrix.
He was only 18 years old, opening for Hendrix, playing Hendrix covers.
Wowzers.
And I get, he kind of, Gibbons said he's just sitting around watching Hendrix fuck around on the guitar and just doing this amazing stuff. And he was like completely blown away, and just like hanging out with him backstage. He said he learned, brought his playing to a whole new level, and he learned so much from the guy. But
even became a lefty. No, just kidding.
Yeah. So Gibbons was funny though, because it's like, I'm just going to use Ista. That's not my name back then. They're like, Ista, and he looks and was like, yeah, I remember Ista. He's like, he did not remember us. He didn't know. But like every time I would meet the band, it's like, you remember Ista? It's like, no, he doesn't remember Ista. And then I think the last time, so I guess it was a few years ago, they were touring with Cheap Trick. It was one of the last shows before Dusty Hill died. And like, I think he actually remembered me. He sort of winked at me. He's like, yeah, I remember you.
Now I remember you.
Yeah. Yeah, but the guy's freaking incredible, man. He's just absolutely amazing.
My brother-in-law's a sound engineer, and he was supposed to play golf with them. It was easy. The members of ZZ Top, but it rained that day. He was so pissed because like they were in a day early for the show. And one of the, I can't remember which, if they all played golf. Yeah, I think they all played golf. But like, oh, can you take us to a local course and play with us? So then he was bummed out that it rained that day.
Yeah, he kept his. So how every city like has their Gold Coast neighborhood. Chicago has the Gold. So Texas, that's the River Oaks neighborhood, and that's where he had a house. But they're just like regular guys. They stayed. I think the band official headquarters was in Austin, but Billy he lived in Houston. So, and I spent a lot of time there. Can't really say. So, just yeah, man, they were great. They were great guys, very down to earth, really friendly. Like, I think they eschewed a lot of the rock and roll lifestyle, which is why the band survived so long. They just like, barbecue eating, beer drinking, Texas boys. So, yeah, anyway.
Big, yep.
Yeah. So before 5 minutes before you started your show, I heard the news about Frank Beard, who's way like, on all the Eliminator, Adjudicator, Exterminator albums, that's all drum machine shit. But dude, the guy could play drums. He was massive. If you look and listen to their old stuff and listen to what he was doing, he's off the chain. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Always enjoyed their music. Yeah. I had a friend growing up who was a huge fan. And he actually got to meet the band at one point, many years ago. Got to go and get backstage passes and all that stuff. Got to meet the
Yeah,
band.
I'll
It
bet
was
they were
just-
nice as hell to them.
Oh yeah,
weren't
no, yeah. He said they were amazing. Like he said they were the coolest guys ever. And yeah,
they? I have an idea. Let's get a bunch of Playboy centerfolds and make some rock videos and
yeah.
overproduce our music, which is never really fully appreciated. And I'm so happy they did well. But like DeGuayo, Tres Hombres, I mean, those albums are masterpieces. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack with the
No,
music, but man,
they've got great music, and we keep talking about it tonight, and I'm like, damn, I need to sit down and listen to some of their albums tomorrow.
Yeah, listen, if you do one thing, chat, go listen to Jesus Left Chicago and Cheap Sunglasses, and really listen closely. You'll hear just
and the guitar work on their music was always incredible.
Yeah, and he's like Brian May. He had a signature sound. You could always tell it's him. He was screaming. Hell, he was on Bones. Do you remember that TV show?
I do.
With
I
Rockford.
didn't see him.
So, earlier today I was watching the pilot of the Rockford Files. You know who stars in it? The whole 2 hours?
Who?
Lindsay Wagner, and she looks very nice.
She usually does.
Yeah, I thought she was going to be like the main Rockford girl, but they decided to, just make them girlfriendless and mix them up. But
you know what? That when we did our Bionic Woman pilot stream, I actually reached out to our people and asked if she could come to the stream and be our special guest, and they got back to me. I mean, I sent all the info. I can only I can only assume that they clicked on what my channel was or channels were or whatever it is. They must
No
have looked
effing way.
Oh man,
they must have looked at it and thought there's no chance that this lady is ever showing up at this thing. And
with the puppet, with the
right, the puppet with the friends. Maybe they clicked on one of our streams and they saw the four of us talking. They said, probably, if she ever even heard about it, they've probably told her, "Listen, you can't do this one. You're not going to go there." And but what they did was they got back to me and they were nice. I'll give them that. At least they were nice. They got back and they said that they've spoken to her and she's not able to make it, but she wanted to wish us the best of luck on our stream.
Oh, that's very nice.
Well, that was very nice.
That's
yeah,
better than most.
That.
Yeah, better than most who wouldn't even give you the time of day.
Wouldn't even
Right?
bother returning your calls. Yeah,
that was the minimum. They said that. I don't know if they even spoke to her about it or if she said that at all, but at least it was a nice thing to say. It's a feel-good moment in our stream.
Yeah. So I'm watching Bones, and all of a sudden Billy Gibbons plays like one of the women's dads. He's like kind of a little bit of a deadbeat dad, but he's basically playing himself. And they have the car, and I'm just like, this is very strange. It was cool. There, like, I know this show got co-opted. They did a whole episode that was essentially a commercial for the Avatar movie. So they definitely weren't afraid to do some weird things with that show. But
yeah, and ZZ Top, I mean, for you youngins out there too who don't know how big MTV was back in the day. I mean,
that was
what
big,
we did.
Yeah.
We watched MTV, and they were one of the big bands on MTV with all the their videos.
Yeah.
So and the spinning guitars. If you haven't seen the spinning guitars, which is so awesome, and the beards, of course, except for Mr. Beard, we didn't have the beard, as you were saying.
Yep. Cheap Trick was really good on that show too, man. Like Rick Nielsen can really tear it up as well. I was surprised. What's the original drummer is like Bun E, right? He had that funny freaking name, Bunny Carlos. And so they haven't had him. There was some kind of falling out, but it was all the original guys except for the drummer, who I think was Rick Nielsen's son. And it was a great way to see them like on their last show because they were phenomenal.
Oh,
so
awesome.
Rest in peace, Frank Beard.
Yep.
You made it. You lived it. You brought it.
Yeah.
And you stayed. So
Well
Good
done.
on you. Good on you, dude.
Well done.
And they sold their catalog not that long ago for about $250 million. Something about that.
Chump change. Taylor Swift got a lot more.
Well, 250. I wouldn't mind splitting.
Yeah.
250. I'll split $250 million with four of you right now.
Yeah, we'll split three ways, 4 ways. Sure.
They could make a J.J. Abrams movie with that kind of money, or a Star Wars movie. Dude, that House on Woke Street, it was so obviously a Spielberg ripoff. From the very opening shots, you can go and see, Poltergeist, they did this, and here they did that, and there's a little close account. It's such a... Everything JJ does, you can see exactly where he stole it from somebody else. He's such a hack.
And wait, because I was mentioning the people that were attacking me. Do you think there's any way you could pretend that movie didn't have modern day messaging in it?
No fucking way. Like, it was... I mean, besides all the... it's like everybody in the neighborhood's fucking gay except, like, the little kid and the husband. Like, not a chance. It's ridiculously... Like, I think when you did your first impression last Thursday, you're like, it wasn't really that woke. And then I think you did your review and you're like, it's fucking woke. Like,
no, I think that what happened is that I was telling the professor what I saw. And I'm like, well, I do like the dinosaurs. And I kept describing it. And the professor was like, let me guess, he's a white guy. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, and then the son wants the girl, but then it's like, she likes the sister.
Yeah, let me guess.
Yeah. And
She likes the sister?
Right.
Yeah, and just like Anne Hathaway didn't even bother learning how to hold a rifle properly. It was just ridiculous action woman, and the first daughter. Oh my god, there was so much emasculation, and then dinosaur fucking, like, really, like, that reminded me
banging
of
dinosaurs. Why did we need that? Yeah.
That reminded me of the sex scene in Lanterns.
What?
Where John Stewart also fucks almost.
Wait a minute. Time out.
There was John Stewart bangs a dinosaur.
Someone walked a dinosaur? What?
John Stewart fucks grandma.
Dinosaur, yeah.
So I was calling her. No, they had dinosaurs fucking in this stupid ass movie.
Aren't they reptiles? I don't know how reptiles do it.
They're really birds.
Well, at least
like chickens.
They make them. Yeah, they're murder chickens.
We did Kick-Ass tonight on Toxic Tuesday with Nick Weiser's channel, and the one thing I forgot was the guy playing, Aaron Taylor Johnson, Kick-Ass. He pretends to be gay so we can get close to the really gorgeous girl in school, and that's how he gets lucky in the end. She's like, "I really wish you weren't gay." We're joking like, "Yeah, could you actually have that in a movie today?" Like, they wouldn't be allowed to say that, right?
No, but I will say this, Ista, because one of the things that I thought about is that on that stream, when you hopped on, you told me, you said, listen, you said so many bad things about it. And you said, I'm surprised that you said you would give it a barely passing grade. Like, wouldn't this deserve to fail? And I told you, I don't know, I like the dinosaurs. I was kind of like those weirdos that, like, were attacking me for a second. Not exactly because they're giving it a 10 out of 10. But I'm like, I kind of like the dinosaurs. Maybe I didn't hate that there were dinosaurs in it. But, you were saying, but, like, really, is it a good movie? And when I thought about it, I told you, no, it's not. And I thought about it after the stream, and I said, you know what? It doesn't deserve a 60 out of 100, which is why in my review I gave it a 55 out of 100. And again, it's have there been movies out there that have been more woke than this one? Yes. This one needed that thumbnail because it's called The House on Oak Street. If I'm not going to call it The House on Woke Street, I don't know what I can do. Like, it's
now or
too
never,
easy.
dude. So there's something funny. All of those Twitter accounts that were attacking you, they're all sus as shit. Like, they're old accounts that have tens of thousands of posts, but they're all reposts up until a couple of days ago when they started attacking you. It's super fucking sus. Those are all bot burner accounts.
It could be some people thought in the past that certain studios or whatever have, I don't know which ones or whatever, have, or I kind of do know which ones, have access to these kind of bot accounts that suddenly, I don't know if you pay for a campaign like this, but suddenly there's a bunch of people online that are chattering about something that are saying that the movie is
Oh,
great
yeah.
and all that.
Yeah, no, you have
they are
the-
suspicious, yes, and they're
Yeah, you have accounts that are set up in India, China, wherever, and they basically they put generated fake activity on them for years.
Yeah.
And so then they can sell those to somebody like, look, here's this account. It's got history. It's not a new account, whatever. And that way it looks like the person or the account that's using it is actually a legit account when it's not.
It's all
fake.
reposts. So there's like no original content. Also, if you have old Twitter accounts, you can sell them. There are companies that'll pay like $10 per Twitter account if you have an old pedigree. So I know some people that have
the
hundreds
history with the history. I mean, right?
Yeah.
So it looks legitimate. Yeah.
But so when I was looking to see, because Price is like, he's like, they're attacking me. So I'm like, let's go see who's attacking Price. And I'm looking and it's like, oh, they have absolutely 82,000 posts, but no timeline. Starts August 17th, 2 days ago, and then nothing. And I'm like, but it says 82,000 posts. And then I'm like, oh, the reposts. And yeah, they're doing reposts till 2019, 2018. But there's not a single original post. And then, so they're all bots. But so I used to argue with them, but like, what's the point? You're literally arguing with a bot. I just
it's a bot.
You do better banging your head against the wall.
There is no real human being defending this movie online. So there's nobody. So like, don't even waste your breath.
No, I didn't reply to any of them. And the only ones that I was mentioning, there were two that were not amongst these, that they were people that, one of them is a guy that I've been, I helped out and hopped on a few streams of his back in the day. And he actually, I think once he's like, oh, can I jump on here and things like that. And I was always very gracious and nice. And for that alone, I don't expect somebody to come to my video and start writing a bunch of shit about me. I don't care. People write about me all the time. But if I was cool with you, to do that is really just a shitty thing. And it's fine if you write like, hey, I don't agree with you. I didn't think it was woke. I love the movie. No problem. But like, that's not what was written there. It's like you're misrepresenting the idea. Like I was saying before, as if I'm lying to people on purpose because I want them to think it's not a good movie, even though it's the best movie. It's like, you really think it's the best movie?
No. Well, no, that's the thing. I noticed the same so I've had a couple tweets that have blown up about lanterns. And usually I'm getting like 20, 30 likes, then one attack, then 20, 30 likes and another attack. All of those attack messages are from new accounts that like have no history or posts. Mm-hmm. Again, it's all fake. Oh, did you see my tweet about the I'm sorry. I did a little Jason Arde resume thing. Did you see that one?
Oh no, I don't think I missed that one yet.
I'm gonna DM it to you. It might not have been in the best of taste, but one, it's geek themed, and I just thought I was watching TNG the other day, and I'm like, all good things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you remember where Data worked?
Cambridge.
Yeah.
He was a professor at Cambridge.
Yeah. So here I'm sending you the tweet now. You can check. I just thought it was funny. It hadn't really gotten a lot of
You saw the rally they had today or yesterday.
Oh, good grief! Yeah, it's all so ridiculous.
Yeah, they're so full of shit too. They're like, they aren't just attacking him; they're attacking you. I'm like, how the fuck are they attacking you?
No, look, and it's all ridiculous too. Because the truth is, look, they can try and make up all this stuff. They can try and make everything up and try to blame right-leaning, or right-wing, far right, as they continually say over in the UK. They can try and blame them for this. The guy was a fraud. Okay. There's numerous very, very solid allegations that he was doing stuff that was not legit. and that he had made stuff up in his history. He had made stuff up in his resume. He had claimed he had positions that never existed. He had claimed he was visiting professors at places that had no record of him ever being there. He, claimed he was nonverbal till 11, but then there were people from his school that said they knew him. He talked on the bus when they, there's all kinds of, questionable stuff in his background. And then, there's very, very real, very legitimate claims of his plagiarism in his PhD thesis.
Oh yeah,
and
they're acting
just because the university that gave him that degree said, "Oh no, we looked at it and cleared him." Yeah, of course you did, because if you didn't, your university is going to be the one that's on the chopping block, because you let somebody graduate with a PhD without properly vetting his work. And the truth is, I guarantee you they didn't properly vet his work. And you know why?
They didn't want to know.
No,
they didn't want to know.
There is a grammatical error in the title of his thesis.
The whole thing looks like it was written by a fourth grader, but all the people are acting like this evidence doesn't exist. It's rock solid. Like, if you brought this to court, they'd lock him up and throw away the key. Like, this isn't a right-wing Russian trolls attacking the guy. This is beyond any sort of reasonable doubt, monumental preponderance of the evidence here.
So
remember Claudine Gay not that long ago?
Oh yeah, Claudine Gay, absolutely. That was the same kind of thing.
Cried racism.
And
then you have the plagiarism. You see it on the page. It's not like
exactly.
It's not like you can't prove it. I mean, it's there.
There is a researcher, somebody who looks at plagiarism, right? That's part of their research. It's part of what they do. They vet these types of things. Where he went and he looked at this. He was one of the people that was presenting the evidence against Claudine Gay. He did the same with Jason Arde stuff, and basically looked at it and said, "Look, there's 100 different passages here that are connected, that are in some way connected to other published works." And he went back specifically to one specific guy's PhD thesis that a bunch of it was borrowed from, and he's like, there's very clear evidence here of the plagiarism. So
here's something new. He attributes some of the grammatical errors, because it's really they're really glaring. He says, "Oh, it's because of my autism."
Yeah, and that's the same thing. Like, I've heard this before, that thankfully this is not something prevalent in my children's schools, but I've heard of other schools, high schools, that are supposed to be teaching children how to communicate effectively with others, that they do not correct spelling and grammar anymore. They encourage creative spelling.
Oh my God!
And creative grammar, saying that that's part of how they express themselves, is how they choose to spell the words and how they choose to form their sentences, saying that there's no right way to do it, which is absolute BS.
Well, I hope there's no engineers that have creative math when they're calculating the forces.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't want to drive across
beam or something.
Yeah,
you don't creative math on this building.
You don't want to go up to the top of that skyscraper or drive over the bridge. Did you know over half? It's like 47% of Stanford students now have autism spectrum, ADHD. Because you get extra accommodations.
Of course,
it's also
I see it all the time.
Yeah,
the students they get time and a half on a test. They get I'm required to give them the slides in advance of classes, and
it's like those people that were arguing with me online. It's also like it protects you, because if you say, I want to say this. I'm sure there's people that have autism and that's real, and that should be taken into consideration and respected. But I also think that there's people that abuse it. And I was telling Professor before that I think that they use it as a shield. They act like assholes. And when somebody says you're an asshole, he says, "Well, I am autistic."
Yeah. And that's this kind of thing has just become so prevalent now. Like they don't want to correct students. They don't want to question or challenge if they claim, they can get some doctor somewhere that if they pay them the money, they'll give them the diagnosis that's necessary for them to get these extra
it's
accommodations on stuff. And again, I don't have a problem with someone who has an actual learning disability receiving accommodations. I give them all the time, but it cheapens the offering those accommodations to students when there's students that are out there to be like, well, that student got accommodations, why don't I? So they go out and they get the diagnosis, from some crooked doctor, and then they can have it too. It's
like
ridiculous.
it's like a marijuana card. You just pay a doctor and you get one. You don't
exactly
have to,
or like a handicap parking pass, right? Or
this
Disney, like pretending you're handicapped at Disney so you can get on the They actually had to stop that at Disney. It was because too many people are abusing.
This is the exact same reason we have Medicaid fraud in the Somali daycare. It's the incentive structure that basically it incentivizes like nobody's free money, free time.
It's basic economics is what it is. If there is no enforcement there, the incentive then is to take as much as you can get, and that's basic economics. If you really break down economics to what it's about incentives. It's about how we incentivize certain things happening in the economy, how prices get distributed and everything, how all of that happens, and it's about incentives. And that's it exactly. When you have a program like that, it's like, hey, look, free money. If you don't have some kind of very strong enforcement structure in place to say, we are going to make sure you deserve to receive this money, when it's just like, oh, hey, all you have to do is fill out this form and here's your $1 million. Well, then you're going to have a lot of people who are going to do things like, hey, I can get $1 million if I claim I have a daycare with 16 kids in it. So I'm going to talk to 16 other families, and they're all going to claim their kids go to my daycare, and we're just going to split that $1 million 16 ways. You all good with that?
And the inevitable conclusion of that is Jason Ardes, who got promoted far beyond his ability to sustain and then hung out to dry by the people, that made him the poster boy. And so, they're calling it an assassination. They're equating him.
They're trying all the language.
If he was, it's the left that did it, because they're the ones that hung him out to dry. You can't, they gave him so many accommodations and he took all of it. It's still, he's responsible. He did those things, but he wouldn't have been able to do them without a system put in place that incentivized that kind of behavior. And when you take it all the way to the end, this is what you get. It's very tragic.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens too when you have all these accommodations and programs. You wonder, did the person really achieve this stuff on their own, or because they deserved it, or did they just check the right boxes and got promoted? And that's and then it hurts everyone when you have programs like that, because you person could be eminently qualified, an uber genius or expert in their field, and then you're going to say, oh well, yeah, but the way things are going now, just it's you can't say that's not correct to look at it that way. That maybe this person really is only there because of ticking off some boxes.
Imagine if you're like Thomas Sowell or Glenn Laurie, like people look at you and they immediately discount, like those guys are definitely legit, right? But they have to earn it twice, because people, it's an insult and it's an injustice to every legitimate, diverse hire out there, because nobody's going to think you did it on your own. And Thomas Sowell is brilliant. Like, he's absolutely.
Oh God, yes. I've read several of his books. Yeah.
Yeah, but his peers even said, before I met the guy, I was a little bit dubious. But after talking with him for an hour, they're like, oh, this guy's a freaking genius. But, you shouldn't look at that. It diminishes the credentials. It makes them mean nothing. It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people work their ass off to get credentialed, and it's supposed to mean something. And now, like, what does a degree from Cambridge mean? That's why that meme with Star Trek, I just thought it was funny.
But tell me, you put this thing with Ryan Reynolds,
Oh, I thought we were going to talk about Green Lantern.
right? This,
Oh,
was a great movie.
wait, no, we're not talking about Green Lantern.
Just
We're talking about
Lantern.
Brown Lantern.
I will
Oh,
still
sorry.
argue that
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern was better than Lanterns. You could say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
You know, I woke up this morning and I made a brown lantern.
Yeah.
Yes.
In brownest day.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah.
Were there brown lanterns?
There's not
No.
No, there wasn't one of the colors. And I've read all the Green Lantern books
Yeah.
back in the day.
No, that wasn't
Yeah.
one of the
Brightest
colors
day.
in the spectrum.
I'm trying to remember. Like,
Okay.
did they have
No.
brown? Did you remember the Microsoft Zune? And they're like trying to compete with the iPod.
The brown,
And
yes.
I have my Zune in my drawer right now, and they came with a brown Zune. And I bought my daughter, my poor daughter. I bought her a
Why would
Zune.
you do that?
Well, actually, but you got to say the Zune had some advanced. It was better than the iPod at the time. Plus, it was on sale on Woot for like half price. But
Yeah,
like
there's
you
a
could
reason.
actually transmit music wirelessly between devices. I mean, it had some really cool features. It was a good device, but it's like,
Yeah, but
who was the
the
moron that said let's make it brown?
the OS was not right. Listen, I got to be the one to say this because this is my job. There is not a decent looking woman in this entire freaking show.
What, in Lanterns?
Lanterns. They
Yeah.
show
I'll
her-
tell you this.
What about the girl in the parking lot? Just kidding.
No, she
She's a
wasn't.
grandma.
Yeah. No. But what I'll say is this. Kelly MacDonald, in her youth, I thought she was like, I like her. I like her as an actress, and she had a cool look as a young lady. She's 53 now or whatever it is. Obviously, she's not going to be the young lady, but Kelly MacDonald is a good actress, and I don't dislike her. There aren't, but you're right. I mean, there it's not like there's a younger lady here that's hot or anything like that. The only thing we have is that Aaron Pierre guy was banging that grandma in the truck.
Lizard. Yeah. Listen, I'm just saying, a little eye candy never killed anybody.
Never killed anybody, and there's nothing. You know what? You're saying something interesting. If he was already going to bang somebody, it would have been, if it was like a hot woman, you would have been like, oh, okay. But like, there's also no justification because he doesn't drink. He would have to drink like a lot of whiskey. Let's say he's drunk off his ass. He drank 3 bottles of whiskey, and this dragon lady shows up, and she's like, "Why don't you take me to your truck?" And he doesn't know what's going on, and he ends up like banging her. You're like, "Well, he did drink a few bottles of whiskey, but here he's like, I don't drink. Like I'm fully in charge of my behavior or whatever it is." It's like, yeah, you're fully in charge, and you can't find a nicer lady to bang outside than this one.
I'm sorry, but a guy that shoots a gun at his kids is not raising any vegans.
And as
That is a good
someone with
comment,
Swiss citizenship, I must protest that too. Ripping off William Tell like that.
Yeah, cultural
and-
appropriation.
Yeah.
cultural appropriation there. And actually, that's a legend, but it was
No.
political
Yeah, no.
protest. Yeah.
If you go to Interlochen, they do the Tell spiel every
Yeah.
day, 365 a year. I've been there. It's a national identity. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, no.
Wait,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
important. Big Sir River said, I'd hit Kelly MacDonald, but I'm 51 myself. You know what?
Okay.
I have something of a soft spot for Kelly MacDonald.
cute.
I do
Come
like
on,
her. She appeared in Train Spotting.
Yeah, she was cute.
And she was cute there. She had this kind of cool vibe. So I liked her when she was young, and I've always liked her as an actress. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's anything wrong with her, but I can understand what Ista is saying. You're not turning this on and seeing some hot like young lady walking around. There isn't even one. Even like put a bartender while Aaron Pierre is babbling. At least put a bartender that's hot that's talking to him. Give us anything. Like there isn't even one actress that they even thought to cast that looks young and hot.
Yeah, I'll bring it back to Ahsoka. Kelly MacDonald now is the woman that Ewan McGregor divorces to trade up for a much younger, hotter chick.
And
But
where's
I don't
Carol
think he was married to her.
Ferris?
No, but they're both in Train Spotting. They were both young.
Yes.
I'm saying, when he had his age appropriate wife, he dumps her to hook up with Mary Elizabeth Minestrone or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he was with his wife for years, and then suddenly,
Yeah, she was Kelly MacDonald's age.
right, and then he had to, he wanted a younger model.
And
I
It
guess.
happens.
Yeah, give me a reason for her to be so hostile and bitchy to essentially Superman. Like, who the fuck would do that? Like, this guy's the goddamn Green Lantern. He's a space cop. He has infinite power. He's a hero. He's saved the world. And you feel the need to, like, dunk on him, humiliate him. And he's lonely. He doesn't know shit. Except he was right. You were wrong. It was an alien, you stupid bitch.
Well, she's mad at him for making fun of wearing a uniform. She's stuck wearing a uniform, and he won't wear his uniform. And where's Carol Ferris in this? Right? We're getting a Star Sapphire. I mean,
There's
talk
no
about
Carol
hotness.
here. There's no Carol on
I
the
don't.
show.
I don't know that they've cast a Carol Ferris.
Yeah, we
Right,
barely
yeah.
got a ring, okay? This is True Detective. You're lucky that we get the green that we have. We're definitely not getting the other.
And I have to say, I if as much as I love Green Lantern, read all the comics, so don't kill me for this, but I didn't. If this show was cast as something like an X-Files episode or something, or not X, but just another IP or just something on its own, it wasn't entirely terrible.
The writing was bad, but the acting and the chemistry was good. It was
So
it was
but
fun to watch,
but
because
it was,
of them though, not the writing.
it was
the story
killing
was
me
bad.
because as a huge Green Lantern fan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Just,
you
and
know,
the disrespect, like you were saying, the disrespect that
Yeah.
she was giving Green Lantern, and he's
Yeah.
not wearing his uniform, and they're making fun of superheroes.
you know,
maybe,
they had the entire show written and cast with Alan Scott and Guy Gardner. They had the 8 episodes scripted. The cast was under contract. It was a huge cosmic adventure, and it all got shit.
they flopped it. Yeah, and that's
could've
what
had
Green
it.
Lantern should be.
Yeah.
Green Lantern should be cosmic, right? I mean, that was a mistake the movie made, and
Yeah,
that's
supposedly,
the core.
supposedly, some that have seen later episodes of the season say it does spend more time in space. I don't
Okay.
know. We'll have to wait and see. So far, none of what we've seen in any of the teasers or any of the behind the scenes shots and stuff that have been released are showing that. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. So far I'm not impressed. Also, again, like you, Mark, I'm a huge Green Lantern fan. There is so much Green Lantern lore for them to draw on from the comics. There is so much of the idea of what the Green Lantern Corps is and what it means and how it came to be. And then we already know that there's going to be something of the Manhunters that's introduced here, also part of the history and the lore of the Lantern Corps. But it looks like perhaps they're going to do something really stupid.
Yeah, it's fake Manhunters. They're fucking up the two things.
They're gonna. Well, it looks like from what we've seen in the previews, it looks like they're gonna take the Manhunters, which were robots, right,
and make them women.
No, they're gonna combine them with the Martian Manhunters to make them one thing. Because we see one of them transforming, and it looks like it's wearing the same outfit as John Johns.
Yeah, because there's so many ways to introduce the core, and this is too much of a grounded local Earth story. And if you had maybe the story wouldn't have been as bad, introducing John Stewart if you had like 10 years of Green Lantern shows, and now this is how now Green Lantern. We missed his whole career.
Yeah, so you can't deconstruct a guy that you haven't constructed in the first place. But why isn't Supergirl doing this show and she can be all women power super Jodie Foster detective?
Yep.
And then we get the multi-million-dollar movie with the cosmic shit. Why didn't they do that?
Yeah,
I kind of know the answer to that.
Yeah.
And Hal is just such a jerk towards John Stewart in this. And why are they sharing? Why are they sharing a power ring?
Yeah,
that
is
share
so
a power ring ever.
Yeah,
the power ring is not going to go off your finger. I mean, it doesn't.
And you don't
leave.
Yeah, they have shown it. It can be taken off.
Yeah,
but nobody else can put it on and use it.
I'm not
right.
taking the fucker off.
You don't share it. You're not allowed. You don't.
No. You don't share it. That's always been like when there's a new lantern.
The other guy's dead.
You don't light a cigarette with it either, mother.
It's either been because the last guy who had that ring is dead and the ring found a new owner, or the Owens have created a new ring
Yeah.
destined for a particular person. And so it's like, no, you are the chosen one. And then what happens? Well, you get Hal as a new Lantern. He gets yanked up to Oa, and he gets trained by Kilowog and Sinestro and these people, which is honestly, so a lot of people have already been comparing the movie with this, right? And there was much said and much mockery made of that 2011 movie, but in reality, it's not that terrible of a movie. It's a little too goofy. It definitely
stuff at the end.
The tone, the tone is wrong, and they just tried to do too much with that movie. It should have been a very. It's exactly the parallax was a terrible idea. That was a Jeff Johns thing that he threw in because he was writing his comics at the time and he wanted to tie them in and stuff. They should have all of that should have been gone. It should have been a really straightforward, simple story. Hal gets the ring. He has to go off and be trained. He meets Sinestro. He learns from him. You find out that Sinestro's actually not a good guy. He's got his own, thing going on, and he ends up being the bad guy. And the story is about Hal working with the Lanterns to defeat and imprison him. Right. That should have been the story that we got for that first movie. Adding all of the other stuff in there was just too much.
And the director
Mark Strong was Sinestro, right? Was Mark Strong?
Mark Strong was Sinestro. I thought he did a good job as Sinestro too.
Have you seen? There's a director's cut of the movie that makes a lot more sense.
It does make, but it is better. Yes,
it's actually. I'm not going to say I loved it, but it's watchable. It's decent. It holds up way better than this shit.
And the best part I loved about that movie was the training in space, right? When they go up to meet Kilowog. I love Kilowog. I got multiple action figures of Kilowog, and that was too short too. That wasn't enough of the movie, and then it went back to Earth. It's probably Hollywood and marketing. They overthink what they want to do with the movie instead of letting Green Lantern be true to the core. And one of the best things is the HBO animated show. God, is that 10 years old? 10 years old now, maybe, or more. But that's if everyone wants to watch something really good with Green Lantern, that's a phenomenal show. That animated
fell
show
apart near the end, but
there were a couple of direct to DVD or direct to Blu-ray. There's First Flight and Tales of the Green Lantern Corps that were both really well done.
Yeah, those are good too. But I did like that. I do love that animated show with the it's almost runs like Star Trek in a way where they were out on the ship.
And says, I'm watching the 12 Monkeys TV series because you guys recommended it. It's very engaging so far after a couple of episodes. Mm-hmm. It's not necessarily a perfect show, but I remember watching it and having a pretty good time. I thought that, it did some things correctly, and it had, it didn't bore me. I will always like the movie with Bruce Willis. I think that's really... the thing that I like, but if I'm willing to sort of understand and accept that it's not that, it's some other kind of thing, I didn't think it was an insult. I thought for a TV show it was pretty decent.
The movie is phenomenal. Like that was a great film. And the TV show, I don't think I ever actually finished it, but I remember enjoying.
Oh, it's good.
Wait, it says that he thinks that Midnight's Edge was saying that it was better than Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern. Well, they're entitled to their opinion. I disagree with that. I think that I think that Ryan Reynolds movie, it was not. I don't think anybody thinks that was the greatest movie ever made, but I thought it was at least watchable. I didn't sit there and think like the way I was thinking when I watched that HBO thing. It also came out at a time that all these great superhero movies were coming out, and it didn't stand out as anything on that level. But still, if I compare it to let's say the Ryan Reynolds movie to Supergirl, Ryan Reynolds movie eats Supergirl for breakfast. It's just not so good if you compare it to a lot of other superhero movies that are significantly better than that. But it's not unwatchable. Let's put it that way.
Can I quote that, because I still get flack from my friends for taking him to my birthday party for that.
There's a huge caveat there. You need to make sure, because a lot of people don't even know about the director's cut because it came out really quietly. So when somebody says something is better than this or this is better, you need to find out which version they're talking about, because the director's cut, or they call it the extended edition, is significantly different movie.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like I've never seen it. Kind of like the Daredevil director's cut, which is a lot better than the original movie, in my opinion. But I get so much flack for taking my buddies, and I paid for their tickets too, and they still give me shit for taking them to see Green Lantern. To this day, it's like one of those inside jokes.
Them to Chuck E. Cheese.
Hey, Mark, my first date with my wife, first date when we were 15, was Congo. So
and it worked out okay.
Yeah, it all worked out okay.
The Michael Crichton movie?
Yes.
That wasn't horrible. The book was
that movie was terrible.
It was so dumb.
I'm remembering the book, I think.
The book is fantastic. I love the book. But that was why I was excited to go see the movie.
Oh yeah.
I love those automatic machine guns with the lasers.
But then they have the monkey who does the sign language, except she makes the exact same hand motion for 14 different words, and it's so stupid. It's terrible.
Well, Crichton movies are hit or miss, So so like you said, man, I could watch Aaron Pierre and Kyle Chandler bitch at each other for hours. Like, they have good chemistry. I don't like either of their characters, but it's still watchable. But nothing in the show made sense. I guarantee you, when you find out who these aliens are, their presence at the football game will make no sense. And there's no reason for any of this to be happening.
No.
Elizabeth Quinn says, worst director's cut, Blade Runner. The thing with Blade Runner, I feel like every number of years somebody says, oh, did you watch this version? Because this one is different than the other version. And then I watch that version. And I feel like to date, I've watched several versions somehow. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm imagining it, but I feel like I've watched a number of different Blade Runner director's cut. And to be honest with you, none of them do it for me. And I'll say even something else. I respect the first movie. I respect it, but it doesn't rank amongst my favorite movies. There's people that like swear by that movie. I'm not that excited about it. I like the atmosphere. I like the visuals. I like Harrison Ford. I like the concept. I like the atmosphere. But something about that movie doesn't have like rewatchability factor for me. I've tried also the director's cuts, and the one that he is something with a horse. There's not a horse.
Yeah.
It implies that he's a robot. He's not a robot. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit.
I think Price just doesn't like Vangelis. That's what I think.
I'll tell you this though, we could use more. We could use more characters like Rachel. You could throw us a bone there.
Sure.
Sean Young is a very nice aspect of that movie.
Yeah, no, Sean Young was fine. I didn't have any issue with her.
Oh, fine. I remember seeing that, thinking, "Holy, she's just so." She had that 1940s glamour about her.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, she was for her time, she was very appealing. She was supposed to be Vicky Vale, although I have to say that I like Kim Basinger more than I like Sean Young. I'm not going to lie to you.
She's batshit crazy, too, so that doesn't help. Sean Young turned out to be one of the biggest Hollywood nutters around, and that's saying something when you look at all the
she's a kook.
Kim Basinger was hot when she was in Batman. That was I personally like. I felt I connected with that. You know what I mean? That was something that I was. I can't speak for other men, but I thought that was great. Like her,
I did too, man. Dude, she between that and L.A. Confidential, she has that old school glamour that just made her so compelling to watch.
Didn't Sean Young show up in a Catwoman costume to?
And she started whipping the
Tim Burton. Yeah.
She is real. Like what I'm saying, crazy man. Go Google. Like, this woman has got some problems.
No, but the thing is that she also missed out on a huge opportunity because she was supposed to be Vicky Vale, and then she went to ride a horse and she fell off a horse.
Yeah,
and all of that was a mistake. I think that it probably, I don't know, maybe she was crazy and it was always difficult to work for her, but it couldn't have helped her career not to be in that movie.
No, but she could have fallen off a horse like Christopher Reeve. Like, it's just bad breaks, She
broke her arm or something, but that's why I don't ride horses when somebody pays me a lot of money to be in a movie, which nobody ever has. My first thought wouldn't be like, I got to ride them horses dangerous.
Now. Yeah. Let's.
Well, I'm gonna wrap myself in bubble wrap first, and then I'll
do some extreme sport. Well, Lois Childs was supposed to be Agent Triple X in The Spy Who Loved Me, but there was an issue with that casting, and so they got Barbara Bach, and then they brought Lois Childs in for the next movie, Moonraker, which I think worked the way it probably should have worked out. But it's Hollywood, baby.
It's
I
Hollywood.
think
Yep.
You never know. Yeah.
yeah. If my ability to make millions of dollars depends on like not getting injured, I'm not going to do a bunch of crazy shit.
Yep. Now this scene, I thought this scene was probably the best scene in the show. I thought.
Why?
This interrogation.
Are you kidding? Like
I thought this was fun. Yeah.
It was stupid though. What?
No,
So
I thought the way he tricked the guy, I thought it was funny.
yeah.
He's like, he's asking Obama, like, and he's like, well, there's a problem with his birth certificate. I'm laughing.
Yeah, so
like,
he tricks the guy and he blows up, and now they have nothing, no witness, no one to follow.
I like the interrogation.
Everything in the interrogation, I don't have a lot of other than obviously like leaning into the everyone from Nebraska must be racist, right?
Yeah.
Other than leaning into that, there is one thing in this interrogation that made me laugh out loud.
What was that?
At the end, when he decides he's going to blow himself up, he starts beeping like a Casio watch.
Well, that was the Terminator.
Here's my question:
Predator thing, yeah.
Why doesn't he nail the guy and go, "You're right, man. I'm sorry. We made a mistake." Let him go and follow the guy. He basically interrogated and killed the witness and learned absolutely nothing. That's what I mean. This whole scene is pointless because he does the dumbest possible thing a smart detective could have done. He showed his hand, and then he lost the witness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how would he keep him from? How would he prevent him from blowing himself up?
By saying, "Oh man, we fucked up. I thought you were an alien. You're clearly a guy from Nebraska, so we're gonna let you go," which is what the guy told him to do. And then I'm gonna follow you because I have unlimited power to do so. Like, put a little green tracker on him or whatever.
Green Lantern tracker.
A spider tracker.
Yeah.
So I'm saying they catch this guy. If he had just killed himself and hung himself in his jail cell, the way somebody that rhymes with sunshine, like it would have made no difference. This way, he does the dumbest thing he can, which is he loses the witness. So,
but I think Hal didn't know that this guy had the self-destruct.
He did. The guy told him.
Well, I think once he told him he had it, it was too late.
It was too late. That's it.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing. Green Lantern for 30 years, he's not aware of these tactics and what these kind of guys do in Infiltrator.
Well, you know what I was waiting for was scanning, like using the Green Lantern ring to scan. That's why I said there's a lot of this that I didn't mind if it wasn't Green Lantern, if it wasn't a superhero show, like if it was an X-Files type show with, like an alien mystery.
Yeah.
But I'm like, why is he not using the ring and talking to the ring and using the ring to scan this guy? Because
think about it.
Zero sense to me.
Imagine this is just a spy thriller. This is James Bond. He's like, I know he's got a cyanide pill. If we push him too hard, he'll use it. So he questions the guy. He learns what he needs to know, and then they let the guy go and they follow him. Like that's what everybody's talking about. Yeah, the scene was fun, but it was ultimately stupid and made no sense within the story, and it makes Hal look like a moron.
The other thing I didn't like was when he puts the force field around him, how come it still blew up in different directions? Like the Green Lantern, his force field didn't break. If you notice, it stayed contained,
and then
it still blew through. But it still blew through part of the building. I'm like, but it should have shown the force field or the projection
like shattering
at one point. Yeah, it never shattered. It stayed solid, and then
right, but it moved. Damage. The explosion pushed the bubble out through the wall, but they didn't show the bubble wrap either. I suspect.
But why would the bubble move? Why would the bubble move though in one direction?
If he was on one side of the bubble when it blew up, it would have been asymmetrical forces inside. Like,
yeah, but wouldn't? Well, I don't know.
It was strange. It was like he actually contained it, but didn't.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Have you ever had a hamster in a ball? same thing. So if he was against one side of the bubble, that would have moved away from him the moment he exploded before the other side of the bubble caught up. And so
I think I got to ask Grok to model this for me, but I'm thinking of my engineering classes where we had to calculate things. I'm like, how would we calculate which?
Put an M80 inside of a hamster ball, and you'll.
So yeah, I mean, so with this, I mean, obviously, Price and I got to talk about it quite a bit the other day. So we opened up on this show, like the very beginning is him meeting up with John. And well, actually, the very, very beginning is John as a child, right? Where his psychopathic father comes home and fires bullets at his head, which apparently is just cool. Yeah, he's just teaching him to be a lantern. He's teaching him not to have fear. I'm sure that would hold up in court.
Yeah, not to he's in the military. They'll check your guns if you can't explain.
Yeah,
why
well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I know people in the military. They don't get to bring their service weapons home. That's not a thing you get to do. So
your neighbors plus bullets, are not stopped by a garage door or aluminum siding.
No,
hit all the kids.
Aluminum siding that's as thin as like a can wouldn't stop a round like that? You sure?
No, he would have hit the kid. Not to mention anybody within 500 meters, a kilometer, would know the gun went off. They would call the police. You don't think those kids talk at school? Hey, my dad just shot an apple off my head. Like, time to call Child Protective Services.
Yeah, it's not like you're on a 500-acre farm, somewhere in the boonies when someone might
have one of
it.
those on the show too. So.
Yeah, it's just a crazy thing for. I mean, it's an insane thing for a father to teach. Try to teach your kid not to be.
I'm going to teach you to live without fear. So I'm going to fire bullets at your head.
And it was multiple times too, right? Because there wasn't always a mark on the garage.
Yeah, there were dozens of bullet holes. Clearly, from him growing up, from being like maybe 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, you get the impression this is a fairly commman thing. So, Price,
what
you
if
don't
they had
have
a faulty round or something? A round that had the incorrect velocity or something? I mean, it happens too with a round. You could have a bad round, and they could really have a bad day.
He could have a squib, and he has to account for the offset because he's that close. But let me ask you before I forget. So you have kids, Professor, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Mark, you've had kids, right?
Yep, I got
Price,
3 of them.
You have kids.
Were you asking me?
Yeah, that you know of.
I that I know of, I would say no.
Okay. Did you guys get the impression that having very polite children that say sir and yes sir and no, that was somehow indicative of bad parenting? I'm not sure how to phrase. Like, I really got the impression that they were showing you that only fucked up people have kids that say sir. That's my question. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, it's when it's black children, I believe, is when it's considered like it's just a show that you're putting on for the white folk.
Okay.
This is the impression that I've been given.
And
I
what
could
about,
be wrong, but being polite is seen as somehow being subservient.
But what about Noah? Like, I got the impression they were trying to show that his parents were abusive because he was so polite to Hal and Jon Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
Am I reading into that? Is my question.
I don't know that you are. I think it's kind of agree with you.
Show treated it as fucked up that he addresses Hal as yes sir, no sir, and was so well mannered and polite.
Except that
normal.
He served in the military though, right? I mean,
Noah, the kid with the football.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I get the impression they were trying to imply that the kid's parents were also doing bad things to him.
Well, that's that line, like, every time I hear sir, does that make it sound like F you? And then Jon Stewart's like, Yes, sir. You know,
But that
they're
definitely
trying to be a little
wasn't
too
Noah.
cute.
I guess
No. But I'm just saying in general, that's what
they were trying to imply that my
you're
impression was the
messed up.
show was implying that there's something fucked up about the way Noah is being raised. I don't know that for sure. I could be reading into it. That's my question.
Yeah.
We already know there's something fucked up about how John was raised because his father shoot him in the head. Like,
Yeah.
it's hard when you know there's so much overt messaging involved
Yeah.
that some you're
But the
going to see it
question-
maybe where it doesn't belong.
But the question is, and this was on the thumbnail, how does this all reflect on James Gunn now? Because, man, he really needed this win. He needed Supergirl to be a win. He needed this to be a win. Both of these are not wins. So now he's left with Clayface and Man of Tomorrow. Out of all of these, I think that Clayface has a chance of at least not losing money or maybe surprising because it's almost not a DC movie. But otherwise, I don't think that, I think James Gunn is in a terrible situation.
Yeah, well, that's my other question. Did this feel like the same universe as Superman and Peacekeeper?
No, it was the same shit that he keeps saying. It didn't feel like anything. Sorry,
Yeah,
Sean.
yeah. They should have gone with his excuse for doing that. Well, besides the executives is, well, I need to make it a coherent universe. That's why they threw away the old Green Lantern. Not the only reason. My point is, this doesn't feel like a world that had 300 years of metahumans in it. It doesn't even feel like they had 30 minutes of metahumans in it.
Mm-hmm.
So now, one thing I'll push back on, Price, is the numbers of this show are looking good, and HBO can make up whatever. So, like, at least from a PR perspective, this show is a success.
But we don't know what'll end up being the final episode. Yes, there was a
Yeah.
premiere and a lot of people tuned in. That was expected. The question is what happens in the next episode and the next episode after
Yeah,
that.
but the Rotten Tomato numbers, which we know are meaningless, they're still high. And
Oh, yeah,
HBO's
no, those guys are jerk-offs. Of course they're going to give it 100. There's a, this is the kind of thing they like.
And just so antithetical to Green Lantern as I'm watching it, I'm just like, kind of like the He-Man movie pissed me off. I'm like, this is getting me really angry watching this, what they're doing to Hal Jordan. Now, maybe they're going to turn it around the end. I don't know. We've only seen 1 hour of this, but maybe that's not really Hal.
There's
Hal
no
that's dead there, but that's not the way you start a show, especially when you want to go for the easy win, right? If you're James Gunn, just give us some classic Green Lantern. We could do the classic introduction of John Stewart, in the Green Lantern comic.
Nobody
you could go back to that, where John Stewart is kind of giving some cops a hard time because they're kind of harassing some guys playing dominoes. So you could weave if you want to try to weave in that stuff, but you can do it the right way.
It was never going to happen. But here's like, this show could have been the Penguin and it wouldn't matter. Gunn needs movie wins. He needs cinematic wins. TV shows mean so much less in terms of the overall metric of success. Like, I think if this show had been, Penguin quality, it still wouldn't have saved him. He needs to win at the movie theater.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have helped a little bit though if this turned out to be something you can build on. You're right though. I agree. Yeah, you need the big movie wins, but the Penguin show was just so well done. I mean, my normie wife, she loved it, and then I got her to watch the Batman after that too. So I couldn't believe it. So
did she did you get in trouble for? Is she like your friends? I can't believe you made me watch that movie. Yeah.
She didn't mind it. She didn't like it as much as the Penguin. But I'm like, you got to watch the Batman now. It's got the sparkly vampire.
Something like Penguin worked as an HBO show because it was grounded. They could have just been about a criminal and it would have made sense. In this case here, once you have a Green Lantern and the kind of VFX and the kind of escapism required, that it's not just a grounded criminal but something more cosmic, more superhero, more VFX driven. I don't think it works as True Detective meets Fargo. It just doesn't work for me because it's not right for something like that. If it has anything about it that's like more fantastical, it needs a different tone. It needs to be something more fun, and this show is neither of those.
Don't forget, it's also a little bit of old country, No Country for Old Men.
Oh, that too. I see that.
Yeah. No Country for Old Men, Lantern Green, True Detective, like something like that.
Yeah.
I had a tweet about that. Yeah, it doesn't listen. Every single thing this guy should be doing should be to be building a coherent DCU, and nothing he's done. So even if Clayface is a massive success, it's not going to contribute to the universe. The whole idea of getting Gunn was to create this shared cohesive universe, and he's failed at every metric.
Yeah, Clayface could be a horror hit, and
that's the
body
only
horror,
chance he has that Clayface will make a few dollars, and if it does make it, he's going to try to squeeze anything he can out of it.
Oh yeah, every bit of fame and accolades he can get from it.
Yeah, the Clayface cinematic universe. Wow, that's going to sound good.
Hey, Plastic Man is going to be in the sequel.
And it was a show that was even started by what's his name? By Matt Reeves.
Mm-hmm.
And J.J. Abrams forced their hand and made him give it from Matt Reeves to him because he was jealous and didn't want this guy to have a show.
There's Hal with his bottle opener.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, and there's the halogram.
God.
Yeah, it's done. We're only going to see him like this moving forward.
No, I think we're still gonna see Hal in the 2016 timeline. So I think what has happened there's these breaks of like 10 years of stuff. So I'll be honest. Here's my theory. I haven't seen any of this, but I think we know that there's something with the Manhunters in here. We know that there's something that they're like shapeshifters. We've been told that they can create take the shape of human beings, and they're basically indistinguishable without like a molecular examination of them, right? So they're almost perfect replicas of humans. We also know that there's going to be a visit to Sinestro that's in here. We know that Hal has stopped recording himself in his ring or whatever, his little backups of his personality or whatever into the ring.
He didn't pay Google enough money for the unlimited backup.
Yeah. He didn't pay up for more cloud storage.
You have run out of cloud storage.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
God, I got one of those messages yesterday from Microsoft, and I'm like, shut up. I'm not paying you for cloud storage, damn it.
Yeah,
you're the one who forces me to back up my damn desktop onto your service. Yeah. I don't care.
To me, they lose either way. If Hal's really dead, then fuck these guys for killing him. And if he's not really dead, like the fake out shit, we're tired of that too.
So
either way, they lose.
So we will see where this goes from here. But from what I've seen so far and everything that's been revealed, so I'm pretty certain that Hal is the Hal that we see that is dead and frozen there. That is not him. That is one of these manhunters or whatever who takes the form of a human, is basically indistinguishable from a human, took the form of Hal and was killed as a way for Hal to disappear. I think Hal visits at some point Sinestro. And Sinestro tells him, they're gonna the Guardians are gonna throw you away. They're gonna get rid of you. They're gonna find a newer, younger model, and they're gonna get rid of you. And you're gonna lose everything, right? You've done all of this stuff for them, and they're just gonna throw you out like yesterday's garbage. And that puts fear into him. He's gonna fear not being Green Lantern anymore. And so that's why he stops backing up his personality into his ring, because he's afraid, and he knows if they can sense his fear, if they have a record of that, then he's going to get kicked out right away. He's belligerent against this whole idea of him being replaced by this younger model and whatever. And so he starts to form a plan for how he's going to get back at them. And the fear has already entered into Hal. He plans this whole thing to disappear, and he's planning it with the help of the Manhunters. And then he comes back in the very last episode, and he comes back as as their version of Parallax.
Not Spectre. He's not going to come back as the Spectre, you think?
No, I think he's going to come back.
That's what
as-
happens. Isn't he the Spectre first in the comics and then Parallax? Or is it the other way?
No, he's Parallax. Because
and then
so
becomes
the way
then the Spectre, yeah.
he becomes Parallax, which they retcon later on that he's been possessed by the Parallax entity. But he becomes the villain version of Hal Jordan, Parallax, after the cyborg Superman and Mongol have a huge fight, destroys Star City. And
is wiped out.
It's wiped out. He's, millions are dead. He wasn't able to save them, and so he has a breakdown. And then that's what drives him insane. He ends up fighting all of the
Core.
Green Lanterns, killing a bunch of the Lanterns, killing the Core, and then he becomes the villain, Parallax. He is killed, or actually, no, he doesn't. He isn't killed. Eventually, so that was the 0 hour stuff that happened, right? So the sun is going out, whatever. Hal comes back and he sacrifices himself to reignite the sun. So he's dead, but then he merges with the Spectre, the spirit, whatever. And so he's the Spectre for a little while until we get Jeff Johns' Green Lantern Rebirth. And the more recent version of Hal and those stories. So
they're going to destroy his character twice over in this show.
That's the point, and that's why I'm saying I don't think Hal being dead is enough. I think they want to humiliate the white man because they have to do so. They believe they have to do so to build up the black. The diverse character.
Yeah, the 2017 conception of the show was, Alan Scott and Guy Gardner. So
was Alan Scott gay in that conception?
Then they had to DEI it. So
and I will admit, he says R2's rewriting the show to make it better. That's quite possible. Yes, I will admit to having done that. I've done that before. I did that with the Acolyte. I rewrote it in my head. After like the first 2 episodes, I was like, oh no, this character is going to be that character, and they're going to do this, and it's going to make sense that they do it this way. And of course, they went way stupider with the show than I had than I had expected. But yeah, who knows? We'll see what happens. Perhaps he is just dead. Maybe that's enough. But some people have said, oh, they don't know the characters that well, whatever. Well, Tom King is helping write this.
Damon Lindelof.
I think there's some writers here who do actually know enough of the actual Green Lantern history here, and obviously James Gunn is going to be involved to some level. But Trev Tunard, a legit Green Lantern nerd. Yes, I am. As I've said, probably one of, if not my single favorite character. I love all of the lore behind the Green Lantern. I love the idea of the intergalactic police force, and there have been some absolutely amazing stories told with the different Green Lanterns, including Jon Stewart, who has an incredibly emotional journey. He finds a woman, an alien, they fall in love, they get married, she's killed, he loses his purpose in life, he tries to find something, to find a way back. He ends up because of his own arrogance, ends up costing an entire planet is destroyed. He contemplates suicide. I mean, like, seriously, like there's some incredibly moving stuff that's happened with a lot of the Green Lantern characters over the years. And and again, genuinely, the Jeff Johns run with Rebirth, and then the Sinestro Corps War, the Lantern War, and everything was fantastic. So many great stories, and I have to give Jeff Johns credit too. He really dug into the Green Lantern's lore, going back to some wacky but just crazy stuff that Alan Moore did. Yeah, like went back, like there was a story, just sort of like back of the book story that Alan Moore wrote about Abin Sur, the guy that had the ring before Hal Jordan, where he goes to this planet which is basically hell. And there's a crazy guy there. I can't remember his name. Something of the 5 inversions or whatever, who tells him basically everything that's going to happen over the next 100 years to the Green Lanterns and how the Green Lantern Corps is going to die. And Jeff Johns pulled all of that stuff in to help tell his story of the Lantern War, and it's just insane.
Yeah,
because he expanded the Green Lantern Corps. So Jeff Johns, it was amazing time. Was that about 20 years ago now, or 15 years? I'm trying to remember how long ago.
It's been about 15 years.
Yeah, but it was just all the different colors of the lantern ring, the blue lanterns, the orange lanterns.
I hate all that stuff.
Once they got to the black lanterns, it had gone too far.
Yeah, I'm a crotchety old get off my yard 1960s 70s Neil Adams run.
I mean, those are great. You're not wrong. Those are fantastic.
Yeah, so I'm super
heroes.
And by the time they got to the whole emotional rainbow bullshit, they lost me. But I do know there's some good stories in there. But I just thought, so I still, we still have even in my day, we had the Galactic Police Force. We had a lot of incredibly good science fiction type stories written around that conceit. And so I'm I'm an old Lantern nerd.
And this feels like a total betrayal of that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That instead of having these galactic, these big stories happening out in the galaxy, instead we get some ripoff of Fargo and True Detective.
Yeah, and if they're going to do that, why couldn't one of these guys be Oliver? They could have done the classic Green Lantern, Green Arrow. Those guys,
hard traveling heroes.
True Detective.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah, do hard traveling hero. Do that series if you want. I mean, but just does not make sense as an intro to the characters here. You're picking them up, but whatever you think of the story, it's just a crazy timeline to pick up these characters.
I want to say I like Jon Stewart. I like Jon Stewart a lot. I don't have a problem, but we know why they changed it from who they had to Jon Stewart, and they didn't do it for story reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of my, and everything else in here. It's basically, white redneck people are racist. The TV show,
because you could have done a cool mystery, if they want to do a mystery, but make it an outer space mystery, right? I mean, it's not like we don't have 50 plus years of Green Lantern lore that could find some good stories, or adopt the Jeff Johns stuff if you want to go a little bit more modern. I mean, it's
they don't want any of that though. They don't want to adapt. They're embarrassed of the source material. But I'll tell you what, go to a truck stop if you're near a Buc-ee's. Go ask some random truck driver where Harry Potter went to school. They'll probably say, I have no idea. I'm not gay, so I don't read Harry Potter. There were ways to do that scene that made more sense than what we had in the interrogation room. I don't think a random truck driver necessarily would know about Harry Potter.
I don't know. Hogwarts is pretty popular, right? Most parents these days would hope that kids could go to school there.
Dude, I know. we get a ton of them in meetings. They haven't the slightest fucking clue who Dobby is, or Hermione, or Harry Potter. They may recognize the words or the names. I mean, there's some that read a lot, that listen to audiobooks on the road. There's some that'll know, but not knowing wouldn't make you an alien. There are plenty of Midwest truck drivers.
Oh, but it makes you an alien if you're a guy that lives in backwoods Nebraska and doesn't have an opinion on how much you hate Barack Hussein Obama.
Oh, do you know the county that they're in? Did you catch the name of the county?
Nope.
No,
it's Sheridan County. Tell me that's a coincidence. They are in
Sheridan.
They're Sheridan County. Yes, that's where yeah, I think it's on the water tower or wherever. So I think that was a little bit of a dig there.
That's a problem today too. It's just everything is, I mean, there's just so much crap that they're throwing at you that maybe, like the thing about Obama. Yeah, there's this controversy of his birth certificate. I thought that was fun. In the normal times, you'd say, "Oh, well, that's just an aside there. It's kind of funny," but everything is so polarized now, and so the message is injected in so much stuff that even if it's there, organically, sometimes I just notice everything now too, where like watching Hit Girl tonight in Kick-Ass. It's like she's a great organic character because Big Daddy's been training her and she's been working her whole life. She's not just like this Mary Sue that pops out of nowhere and has all these abilities. So it's all earned, with the training that she has. But of course today, if you saw, we were talking about that tonight. Like if you saw her today, you'd be like, oh, she would have just been a complete girl boss and never had to do any training or anything. Or so.
Are you telling me that the hyper sophisticated super technology civilization that made this spy, that taught him all about football and all of the coaches and statistics that they wouldn't make sure that he was able to legitimately pass as a human, that they wouldn't cover the basics of what it's like to be a human? Again, the writing's bad because none of it makes any sense. Of course they would. Like you heard the guy when he changes his affect and he starts talking like he's an alien. There's no reason that he wouldn't know about Obama or Harry Potter or anything else. These aren't just, these aren't militia rubes. These are hyper sophisticated aliens that can weave a neutron bomb into a skeleton. You don't think they're going to get his cover straight?
Yeah. As someone was pointing, Georges Rex was pointing out. Yeah, Rushville is actually a real place. It's a real town in Sheridan County, Nebraska. And so I have a feeling that the residents aren't going to be too happy with where they go with this story. They're all going to be a bunch of rednecks and a bunch of militia crazies and stuff in their little town. So
yeah, to answer NNNM, they're making fun of Taylor Sheridan with the Sheridan County thing. I think
could be. Yeah. We do have a price. We got a not super chat, Rumble rant from some late guy Long Island 90.
Go ahead, you can read it.
I can't put it on the screen though.
Oh, hold on one second.
Yep. Yeah, it just happened.
Wait, how long has Anti-Derivative Jill been here?
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Jill.
I don't know if she's here. I accepted her invite, but I think she's already preparing the hors d'oeuvres.
At 3:08.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going,
Jill?
Yay!
Wait.
Oh, she was here, and then I don't
here.
hear anymore.
She's
I'm here, but I'm close.
She's just not on screen, because she doesn't have a camera.
Are you Romulan?
I guess I'm Romulan today. That makes sense. I don't know.
You've got to inflict OBS Studio on your computer, Joe.
OBS? I don't have it installed. I'll have to fix that.
Yeah.
Jill, did you see my meme about the new Lucasian chair of mathematics at Cambridge University?
No.
Nobody's seen my meme, huh? I'm going to DM that to you.
Professor, what happens if you stop showing this thing? Still no Jill.
Yeah, well, she doesn't have a camera. That's why. Yeah, it's the same.
No, but she has an avatar. I can see her face, so that should have worked.
Yeah, I think maybe if we were on the other version of Rumble Studio, she might be on screen.
But we've done this before. Oh, what we did is we usually add her face, right?
Yeah, you can just you can add something to your thing.
Here.
All right, I'll install OBS next time. I'm not going to mess it up.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, you just
Did you hear me do impressions of you, Jill?
No, I'll have to rewind.
Yeah, I did.
That'd be great.
Because I told Jill that next time if she doesn't show up, I'm going to start doing impressions of her. So she said that she likes the impressions.
I do. That's because people who've done impressions of me before have been terrible. Like they do Valley Girl for some reason, and I'm not even Californian.
You are definitely not Valley Girl.
No, I don't think I do a Valley Girl version. Mine is pretty good.
Yep.
It doesn't
He's
sound
actually
anything like you,
accurate.
but at least it's amusing.
Yep.
It sounds like if Monty Python did your voice or something.
Yeah, that's why I like it. It's pretty good. I'm sorry. I'm here to help how I can, but I haven't seen Lanterns.
It's
I don't know
okay.
if
You're
I
not
will.
missing much. It was pretty crappy.
Yeah, Nerd Cookies didn't like it either, and she's usually a lot more forgiving than we are.
I see. Who's Nerd Cookie?
Oh, she's Elaine, the Dune girl.
Elaine?
Who's her channel's like 90% Dune.
Yeah, she's pretty great.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, it's just as a huge comic book fan, yeah, this was a big miss for me. It's just, oh man.
And you're
Like, what is
pretty
James Gunn-
forgiving too.
Yeah, I am, but it's just when you destroy the legacy of a character, or you're attacking that when the character's not acting like you think it should act, he or she should act. Like going back to like the He-Man movie, and I'm not a huge He-Man fan, but it was a little bit older when that series came up. I'm like, they're just disrespecting the character so much. It makes zero freaking sense that the characters would do or act these things, and that's what drives you crazy in a show too. When if the writing's bad in some spots and characters are doing stupid things, that's the other thing that makes me really angry too. It's like, how would a character be this stupid? Who's in this writer's room?
Oh, she's kind of cool, man. She's she's more of a social, quasi-political commentator. She does culture war stuff. She's pretty based, and
yeah, I've seen some Shoe on Head.
Yeah, and she's funny. She's real funny.
Well, I'll be the judge of that. Hold on one second.
I'll be the judge
Shoe
of
on
that.
Head.
Yeah, who's in charge of this channel here, right? Yeah.
Okay, click. Oh yeah, I know who this is. It's all right, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything against her. I don't hate her. If she wanted to be on this show, it's fine. She also has a lot of followers, so I'll give her that.
Yeah, but she's not really nerdy. She's like dating, relationships, a little bit of nerd intersection, but like I said, more of a social. Wouldn't you say, Professor?
I've seen people share her clips, but I didn't know that she was called Shoe on Head. So that's why when I looked at it now, I know exactly who she is.
Yeah, like I really want to know the story of that name. I haven't met anybody on YouTube yet who didn't have an interesting story about how their name came to be, right? Because usually you're signing up for YouTube and you're just like, you got to think of something on the spot. Like nobody plans it. So
yeah, I'm not getting this.
Right.
Yeah, Shoe on Head. Yeah, how does she's got like 2.5 million subs. Is that the correct Shoe on Head?
Yeah,
Okay.
she does good. I didn't know it was that high. I think I started following her. She was about 400,000. So
yeah, look at 2.5 million. Yep.
Wow, she is doing good. Oh, did you guys see Misha? You know who Misha is?
No.
Misha Petrov. I'm going to be very gentle here because. So, Price, just Google Misha Petrov. See what her latest video. She has basically come out as something, and she's taking a lot of grief from it. It's making a big splash, though.
Misha Petrov. Okay.
Something cryptic.
Internet personality. She's coming out as gay?
Nope.
Okay, hold on.
Listen, she's pretty smart and she's articulate, and she's coming out as a certain kind of transformer.
She wrote, "I am trans black."
Yeah, she's the she's basically coming out as transracial, and she's taking a ton of heat for it, and she is not caving in. She is doubling down, and she is trolling the hell out of the left with this. She's very good and well spoken about it too. So,
all right, yeah, that's fine.
Interesting.
She's basically using the identical set of arguments, and they are powerless to stop her. But they're not okay with that. You can transform from a robot into a car, but you cannot transform from a car into a dune buggy. There are rules, but they're really not rules. So,
yep, they're more than meets the eye.
She's hoisting them on their own petards.
What was I going to say? That yeah, I don't know. None of these ladies impress me. I mean, sure, if they wanted to be on this show, like I'll let them on, but it's not that. Like, it's fine. I don't have anything against Shuan Head or this other lady. I'm sure they're nice ladies. I just I don't know why I'm being an asshole, but I'm being an asshole, and I can't stop
it. They're pretty impressive, but they're more political. They're not really straight up nerdy. Although,
right, let them go and talk about their bullshit by themselves. I mean, it's fine if they want to. Don't get me wrong; they can hang out. They can hang out here and bring their followers, and I'm sure they'll be nice and whatever. But it's not my thing.
Okay, fair enough.
I've seen clips of the Shuan Head. She seemed all right. The other one, they do whatever they need to do something relevant or whatever. I respect that. It's fine. They've done nothing wrong to me. At least they're ladies. They're okay. Like there's nothing especially wrong with them. And at the same time, like I can't say that I was overly impressed, but that's just me.
Yeah, you haven't really watch one of Misha's videos. I think you might actually get impressed.
All right. I feel like I've seen her before. That's another one of those. It's like once you said Misha Petrov and I clicked on her videos and looked at her, I've seen her before, just like I saw the other one. The other one, even recently, there was a video that she was like sharing and everybody was liking, that she was showing something that she said 4 years earlier versus what she is today and all this other shit. Or something that she said 10 years ago. I don't know what it is, that she said something back in the day and she was saying like what it looks like now and doing the kind of when she's young and older. I don't know if you saw that. It was pretty interesting, but at the same time, I was just like, yeah, whatever. This is, politics for normies. I don't really know what to call it. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's like sensational politics for normie, impressionable minds.
Well, yeah, I guess she's doing a video. She's actually on a plane going back to the motherland to meet her roots. She's flying to Africa, and it's hilarious. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's too gimmicky. It's too gimmicky for me. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not going to knock her hustle. These ladies that you said are very successful. Good for them. But it feels like somebody trying too hard, in my opinion. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like, I get it. You're being sensational. You said you're this and that. It's fine. You can go do that. But I don't know. It's good. I'm happy that there's people out there that need to be stimulated in the way that she stimulates them. It's nice because, I would say it about the other one, that if the shoe fits, but in this one, she doesn't have a shoe.
Yeah, she's basically doing the same. She's doing the same thing the NBA players are doing, that are putting themselves up for the WNBA.
Again, that's fine that they're doing it. I really don't care about all of this. I don't care about it's a bit amusing what the NBA players are doing, but it's like, they have their own kind of grift angle, whatever it is, and this lady has her whatever angle. It's fine. I have nothing against anybody. I appreciate their hustle. All of these people, I appreciate their hustle, but at the same time, I'm just too darn sophisticated for this kind of thing, Professor.
Yep.
Here at the Night Owl, we aim high, when it comes to all that kind of intellectual, sophisticated stuff.
Then what am I doing on here?
Yeah.
That is...
I don't know.
I do ask myself that question sometimes.
Yeah. She also looks like Sadie Sink, though, so I wonder if maybe that's why you don't like her.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she looks like Sadie Sink, and the other one looks like Christina Milioti or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know,
you know what?
just-
You're right. I didn't even think of that.
Kind of reminds me of all of these people out there trying to define this new movement of woke 2 and how it's going to be so much more successful than woke 1 and all of this stuff, and literally every word out of their mouth is just describing socialism.
Communism.
AOC. Yeah, AOC.
Well, I mean, socialism. People want to draw a difference between socialism, but socialism is literally just the phase between capitalism and communism, right? Communism is just the final phase of socialism, where all of the institutions are perfectly captured. They want to try and define socialism some other way. No, it is.
I know. I finally know how I want to describe those ladies. Edgy content for normies. Like for me, I prefer hanging out with Jill, and she'll talk to me about like some episode of The Twilight Zone or something, and that to me is way cooler than Shoe on Head and her opinions about woke pop culture or whatever it is. It's like I probably know more than her about it, so I don't need to listen to what she has to say. I mean, again, she has 2.5 million subscribers. She wants to hang out with us. I'll send her an invite. But same with that other the redhead. It's fine.
Yeah. I get you. I find them amusing.
I feel like there's a certain target audience, and ours is more of like a, I don't want to say elite, but it's like a more of a niche. You know, we're
nerdier.
We're nerdier. There's something else.
Yeah.
It's not even just nerdier. I don't think that we're nerds necessarily. I think that we're more offbeat. We're just more offbeat. They seem more normal, those ladies, and that's why I said it's edgy content for normies. It's two normie ladies that have figured out that how to talk to other normies, but to appear to them as kind of badass and revolutionary. But to me, none of that, all that is not currency for me. Do you get what I mean? That's why I was using Jill as an example. Like
Gotcha.
a lady saying that she's trans, former black, versus Jill talking to me about Twilight Zone. I would take Jill in the Twilight Zone. I couldn't care less about her trip to Africa, that lady. I get it. The edgy normie thing, it's fine. I can't knock her hustle. I appreciate her hustle, but I ain't got time for that.
I don't know these ladies very well. I don't.
That's
watch
another
the
thing that
content.
I like about you, Jill, that you don't even know who they are, and you're none the wiser for it.
Yeah, they sound worldly. This last lady, what is it, Misha? It sounds like she's trying to do some journalism that feels like something that John Stossel might do, because like he pretends to be a hobo and he does stuff like that. But this is a little more extreme, as you say, edgy, I guess. But
yeah, she's done a little bit of investigative stuff. Yeah, she has. But
the only if I'm talking about racism and stuff, I'll think of Let That Be Your Last Battlefield or Day of the Dove.
Yeah,
so that's as complicated as I get.
And says, Elite A, we are awesome on a higher plateau of thinking. I want to quickly say, and I'll let you continue, Jill, but I just want to say one thing. I think I figured it out. If we went to these ladies, if they did a stream and we went to their stream, I think that like in 2 seconds we're at least on the same level as her. Easily can talk about whatever nonsense she wants. Versus if she came here, and she's welcome here where there are 2.5 million people, she's welcome here. But I think if she came here and we started talking about our stuff, she wouldn't 100% know what we were talking about. I don't know how much she'd fully connect. She could seem maybe, put up a front that she kind of can talk to us for a few minutes, but I think that long term, she's not exactly like us.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And Professor, the reason why I say communism, they're the same thing, but I don't want anybody to benefit from the softening of what that really means. A lot of people view the socialism word as being almost acceptable, if not softer, and it's not. It's full on horrible, 1950s Soviet Russia.
I don't necessarily consider us nerds. I think we're the cool people. Like, we're too cool to be nerds. I'm sorry. Like, I think we're great, and I won't accept this title. I think geek is something I could accept more than nerd. I feel like we're like I said, there's nothing wrong with being nerds, but I feel like we're the people here, especially also in the chat and everything. Everybody has like, there's edgy humor here. I don't think the nerds would fall in this category. I think we're all kind of, we have a sense of humor. We're kind of, like I said, I think we're cooler than nerds.
We are the Monty Python fans in the 80s when nobody else got Monty Python.
Something like that, yeah.
Reminding me of Clobby. We used to have discussions for hours about the difference between a nerd and a geek. I really missed that.
Yeah, that was Raquel. Yeah,
what would Clobby think of lanterns?
I never want to speak for my buddy, whose birthday was August 11th. Always remember Mike, but I think he would. He hated deconstruction of heroes. He said if you're going to deconstruct Superman, do it like you do in Invincible. Don't do it to Superman. That's why he called Man of Steel Man of Stool. He despised that universe. So not speaking for him, but if you go on his previous what he said before, I think he would have been appalled by this show. He probably would have watched it and maybe given it a chance, but
I think he would have hated
your
it.
hero. Yeah, deconstructing your heroes. That's what you just don't do this. If you look at whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow by the great Alan Moore, that's a way you the final quote unquote final Superman story. I don't want to give the spoiler of what happens to it. I'd recommend people read it, but it's really true to the nature of Superman and why he stops becoming, why he's no longer Superman anymore. And that was when John Byrne was taking over Superman, so they kind of ended that iteration of Superman. So, but I think he would have just really despised this. Yeah, would have driven him.
I don't think he would have liked it. I can't imagine that he would. I remember, and he was really good at kind of giving them funny names and things like that.
Yeah.
I feel like this very quickly would have been called something else, and probably whatever he would have called it would have been wonderful.
Yeah, he would have come up with a take on lanterns, or he would have done something Clobbyism for this. I don't know. I don't even try to attempt it, but it was Man of Stool, Strange Nude Worms, and sometimes I call the shows by what he called them as the Clobby name, and I got to catch myself.
Strange New Worms just seemed perfect for that, by the way.
Yeah. So, just why are you doing this to Hal Jordan's supposed to be, one of the greats in the DC universe and something you aspired to, and just seeing him act, part of it too was seeing him be so crotchety old man towards Jon Stewart. The way they introduced the Jon Stewart character is just totally screwed up. I mean, a total miss, because the guy is a great actor, but you almost don't even like his character too in some ways. It's just
none of them are likable. There's not a likable person in the whole show except for maybe the kid Noah. Like, everyone's an asshole. It's very exhausting watching a show like that.
Yep. So it's
like there's supposed to be kind of some kind of wonder and fun and excitement in a show like this. They're like, oh, let's make him miserable like True Detective and Fargo. Why would I want that? Why would I want that? Who asked for this? Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot about Green Lantern to begin with, but they could go to space, right?
You wouldn't know it from this stupid show, but yes, they could.
Yeah, you wouldn't really know it. They went out into space on the property that should have been grounded, Supergirl, and then they took the space property and they grounded and gritified it. But they also made it stupid. That's that's always my big issue with all of these things, is when people act like they need to act for the story or the plot or the cool scene, but it doesn't fit with the narrative. When people behave stupid to advance the plot when they're otherwise not stupid, that always grinds my gears. So.
Yep.
Yeah, like Alien Earth. Hey, let's have this trained scientist who deals with deadly biogenic let's just have her leave the lid off of the jar where the alien creature that eats your face lives. That kind of shit just drives me
Oh,
Oh,
wait.
that drives me crazy.
Somebody
that
gave
Alien
us
show.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. We didn't get around to it.
Rumble rant. Some late guy, Long Island 90. I'm so sorry if you're still here. I apologize. Sure, you talked about it way before, but in my opinion, I think the Doomsday trailer at least wasn't too bad. It was at least fun. I liked it. I think the thing is that if and I actually I believe that Gary said this because I saw his post, and then that's how I think I watched the trailer. Is that he wrote that if they would have released that video first, it would have been better. Like that probably would have been a better trailer to release, and not the other things we've seen until now. And I agree with him, but unfortunately, we did see the other ones, and we have read some leaks online and things like that. And I'm not fully excited. Yeah, the trailer did a better job this time, but I am so hesitant about this movie.
Yeah, is it Doctor Doom? Is it the real Doctor Doom? Is it another version of Doctor Doom? Why is Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom? I mean, is it Iron Man gone bad from another? I mean, another universe. And again, too, we're getting introduced to these villains. Or Doctor Doom doesn't consider himself a hero; he's the ruler of Latveria. But why are we getting boom? You get this big, whole movie. There's no buildup. With the FF, we didn't get that introduction to Doom, the backstory with Reed, and the rivalry, in college, and we missed out on all of that. And maybe they'll try to do some of the flashback, but you're just introducing him as this, big bad. Thanos, we at least had that buildup over time throughout the movies, and he was kind of a mysterious guy working his way, but you knew he was in the background there. And Doctor Doom is such an amazing character with so much lore and history. He's got the magic side. He's has magical powers, and he's got the science powers and the genius, and he considers himself smarter than Reed Richards. And there's such a history of stories, and then just kind of we're losing all of that in the Fantastic Four, which just drives me crazy not to have that proper buildup of the character. Just drop him in as this new big bad character. And how much of his backstory can we get in one movie? I don't know what the runtime is, but very frustrating as a longtime comic book reader, Fantastic Four fan.
You just put your finger on the entire problem. You said, is that the real Doctor Doom? We don't have a real anything or anybody anymore, and that's the problem. The universe has zero stakes now.
The multiverse screws that all up, right? Because
it's like multiverse.
Anyone can be anyone can be anything, right? So
and we just don't have we have multiverse salad in a blender that's been turned into spaghetti and woven into a blanket.
Remember the Council of Kangs?
Oh God!
Yeah, what happened to them? Where'd they go?
We'll never hear of them from them again.
They were
got them.
They were just copying the Council of Ricks from Rick and Morty, right? That's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sad, and it's an easy out too. And you've got all these multi dimensions. Like, we killed Reed on this planet, so we can just bring another Reed in, or another Wolverine, or another, So that's why DC got rid of their multiverses, years ago, Crisis on Infinite Earths, and they wanted to tighten things up and not have all those, Earths out there and different planets. Although we did lose some cool characters, but Thomas Wayne on Earth too. But it's lazy writing, right? Because we could kill. Gamora, right? She's from another universe. We've got Loki, right? Is from another universe, right? He's not really our Loki anymore, right? So it's very, very frustrating. And Captain America, is this going to be a different Captain America? I mean, how's he young again, right? I mean, I thought he was an old man at the end of Endgame, right? So
speaking,
you get it.
Am I going to need a handbook to watch this movie?
Yeah. They gave you a list of like 13 movies and 5 TV shows.
Again, homework to watch it. I just want to read out the Rumble shout outs here for a second. Phantom Monk, Elizabeth Quinns, Folsom Lockdown, Angelo DD, Darren Mai, You Wrong, Psycho Magus, V-Sync, Doc McPherson, Dude Bro Seth 420, Double R Star, Some Late Guy Long Island 90. Sorry it took me a while to see your $5 Rumble rant. Pure Blood Based Berserker, Entropy Nomad, Born to Be Down. Professor?
All right. Yeah, over on YouTube, let's see. Deeple, Go Badgers, 1995. A Good Place, Piku, Elron Humperdinck II, Facutino, Thomas Navin, Robot Head, Vex Electronica, Mr. Charlie E, Joe Darkness, Hoot Owl, Electronic Progression, Mark D with a C, I have Nerdic, The Real Head Case, Ross C. Bilson, Gandalf identifies as white, Red Pilled Rants, Marla Sharondoff, Arturo Alejandro Trevino, Darren M, Antiderivative Jill, Angry Sparrow, Keely Chow, Star 54438, Strugun, Onyx 2626, Seabrew, Putin, Istphobos, Mark S47, Gavin Unit, Stephen Mack, Carlos Delfino, The Fantagonist, Tim Hayes, Yitis, Echo 32, Echo 7, Kira Runte, iLord Corey, The Dead Man, Tomahawk 511, Trev Toon Art, Fishbulb, Jason Webster, Georges I. Rex, and Big Sur River. And we did get some fan funding this evening, as before with the $5 Rumble rant from Some Late Guy Long Island 90. We also got a $1.99 super chat from The Dead Man, $5 Australian from Jason Webster, and Fishball sent $5 price of legion. Price of leisure. Price of reason live gift membership. So thank you for that, Fishball. Thank you.
The price of legions can be really nasty. So
yeah.
Yeah, don't want that.
I want to take care of those.
Yeah, no, that's not for us. Hold on. Tell a joke for a second because I'm trying to still do one more thing here.
Why can you never trust an atom?
Why?
Because they make up everything.
That was a nerdy joke.
So yeah. I love the nerdy jokes. Yeah.
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 Jill, do you have any good math jokes?
I'm not good at telling.
Sorry to put you on the spot. Sorry to bring it up.
My son is taking physics this semester, and so I was telling him some physics jokes. I think I've said one in here before. It's why does the photon never check his luggage?
They like to travel light.
Yeah, he's traveling light.
The only one they repeated all the time was in school was there are 10 kinds of people who understand binary. Those who understand binary and those who don't.
Yeah, I love that.
Something like that. I told it wrong. See, I even told it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 10 types of There's 1-0.
Yeah. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be misplaced. I have a new theory on inertia, but it's not really gaining any momentum.
Okay.
Relatives are temporary, but relativity is absolute.
Well,
my favorite entropy isn't what it used to be.
Yep.
Yeah, I think now is a good time to, say thank you to the chat.
With all the dad jokes
we don't
out there in the world.
Right. I'm going to be honest with you. I really feel like I'm tired. It's really late.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling even with the weird dad jokes. I think this is a good time to sign off.
Well, Onyx can take us out with Onyx 2626 in the chat says electrons are a drag. They're so negative.
I love
RMT
that one.
says, what show are we watching Thursday? If you're referring to TV shows revisited, first of all, every Tuesday and Thursday, 11:45 p.m. Eastern, it's the Night Owl. You should tune in. At 10 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays, there's what's called TV shows revisited. And this time we're going to be going over the pilot for the show Sliders. So if you're into
Oh, wow.
that kind of thing. If you like sliders,
Good
then
stuff.
you should hang out with us as we rewatch it and discuss it, because I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Sliders.
I've got one
Sliders,
more. Light travels faster than sound, which is why some people appear bright until you hear them speak.
Ooh, that's a good comeback. Yeah.
More of a burn.
Thank you, chat. Go watch my video, please.
And which Professor Arturo survived in Sliders, right? That's the big Sliders question. Yep. It's a Professor Arturo. It is late here, but yeah. John Rhys Davies. Yep. Oh, I love that show. Yep. And our buddy Cardinal Sin, dear departed Cardinal Sin, was friends with Tracy Torme, who was the showrunner for that. And they were trying to get the show back on the air, and it fell through, but they had the cast lined up, it sounded like. So go to Cardinal Sin's channel, and he's got some fantastic Sliders episodes with the great Tracy Torme discussing the show, and really some great episodes. So yeah, always remember
Those are good interviews.
Cardinal Sin.
By the way, Istophobos, if you happen to have those friends of yours that like to chatter on Rumble, don't forget to talk to them.
Oh, okay. Do we need some Rumble chats going on here?
It would be nice. I mean, I'm not no pressure, but yeah, that would be cool.
I remember when photons have mass. I didn't even know they were Catholic.
I think that this is the perfect time for us to sign off when we're at our peak.
Wait, are people sending super chats so we tell more bad jokes?
At your peak, there's a wavelength joke in there somewhere, but I'm too tired to figure it out.
Well, let me check that we didn't miss a super chat, but I don't think we did. Okay.
Well, John Rhys Davies was also on Star Trek Voyager.
That's right.
He's
Yeah.
Gimli.
Sliders, yeah.
He's freaking Gimli's kicking ass in Sliders.
And Da Vinci. Was it Da Vinci, Jill?
Yes, it was Da Vinci.
Yeah.
I hated Sliders.
Da Vinci.
Yeah.
I hated Sliders for a very long time. Do you know why?
You don't like Jerry O'Connell.
No, it wasn't Sliders' fault. Dude, that guy snagged Rebecca Romaine. Like, more power to him. The fat guy from Stand By Me nailed a supermodel. Like, yay! No. Nothing to do with the show. The show took the time slot of one of my favorite shows of all time that got canceled early by Fox and booted off the air. It's a show called Strange Luck. There are only 13 episodes of it. It's just like Firefly. It was a brilliant show starring D.B. Sweeney that was killed before its time.
What was it about? Now that you've
D.B. Sweeney plays a newspaper photographer that was the only survivor of a plane crash since he was a real baby infant. And ever since then, he's been insanely lucky. The weirdest things and coincidences all
kind of like
Wait, is
Domino.
Phantom Monk still here? Phantom Monk? If not, I guess I'll just find a raid. Go on. Tell your weird story.
Domino from the X-Men or X-Ladies.
I thought you were doing a science joke. Is Phantom Monk still here?
Tell your story.
He must be Heisenberg. No. So, like, he'll get sent on an assignment to get a picture of some guy, and everything will go wrong, like during his whole way to try to get there, and things will happen, and he'll win the lottery, and then a truck will crash, and but in the end, like, he always ends up exactly where he's supposed to be. He's lucky to the point, except he's really unlucky, and everything goes wrong in the oddest, strangest, most coincidental way. It's a very hard show to write, and I'm not surprised, but the 13 episodes that are out there are just absolutely brilliant. They haven't even released it on DVD, so the only thing you can get are bad VHS rips off of the internet.
And what's the name of the show again?
Strange Luck. D.B. Sweeney, the guy from Ice Capades or whatever.
Yeah,
he's an FBI guy or something. He's a pretty charismatic. He's a good guy to what, like, he definitely has good screen presence. And then Clint Eastwood's girlfriend was also on the show. The redhead, Boomerang. She's still with him, so just look up Eastwood's girlfriend.
Have you ever heard of the TV show Probe?
Yeah, that's the Harlan Ellison one, right?
That was one of Clobby's all-time favorite show. And he met, I know we're going a little bit long here, but he met Parker Stevenson, and he was one of the cons, and he had, remember that story, Jill? He had lunch with him, and he's like, he's like, you know more about the show than I do, and I was in it. He's like, you remember? He was like quoting him back. He's like, because he had a picture of himself in Probe. He's like, how do you know that that's from Probe? He's like, I'm a huge fan of it. You know, so
yeah. Oh, I see Phantom Monk's return. Sorry, I just needed to quickly do it, and we're all kind of falling asleep. I want to thank everybody hanging here out in the chat and our panelists. Want to thank our co-host, Professor R2, VIP panel members. What'd you say?
Yep.
Okay. VIP panel members, Mark D with a C and Estephobos, and of course our special guest, anti-derivative Jill. I did do impressions of you earlier. You can rewind and listen to them. But I'm so happy. I thought you heard the impressions, and that's what made you join, because it annoyed you. But now I'm glad that you just did it anyways, and you didn't even hear my impressions.
I heard the impressions. I thought she had already joined.
I wish I had joined sooner. I was busy reading Grace Lee Whitney's autobiography. So
it's fine. Yeah, this is one of the good things about this show, is that you could just show up and leave and do whatever, and somehow it works. Different people have different styles and different shows, and I respect that, and I like a lot of different styles. But some are more organized, and I feel like this show isn't very organized in how we set this up, but maybe that's part of its charm, I would hope.
Absolutely. I have the same thing at the end of my show where I'm trying to find somebody to raid, and I ask everybody to say stuff. But I'm glad you're raiding the Common Nerd. I'm going to have him on my show next Friday.
I like that guy. He's cool. So, check out what he's doing. And now I'm going to sign off, and we'll see you here on Thursday at 11:45 p.m. Eastern.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.